Good morning to all of you. Request the members who are sick to come to the front and occupy the front seats also. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are privileged to be here at the 4th International Conference on Public Key Infrastructure and its Applications, PKI 2023. The event has been the first of its kind in this domain, and we have been consistently organizing this event for several years, and it has been attracting worldwide attention. So without much further ado, let us get into the program of the day. Today we have a galaxy of dignitaries who are gracing this occasion. Today we have our Honorable Shri Bhunesh Kumar Ji, IAS Additional Secretary MeitY, who will be joining online. Actually, he's joined already online. We request, we are again privileged to have the honorary presence of Mr. Benoit Prefontaine, Consul General of Canada in Bangalore. We welcome you, sir, to the dais, please. I request Dr. Prashant Mishra to felicitate him with a shawl. Okay, fine. It's okay. Sir. I request Professor C. Venimadhavan, sir, Distinguished Professor, ISC Bangalore, to the dais, please. Which one? I request Dr. Prashant Mishra to felicitate Professor C. Venimadhavan, sir. Let us give a big round of applause, please. I request Sri Arvind Kumar, CCA, to the dais. Yes, sir. We have Sri Mahesh Sithirajan, Director General of CDAC. He'll be joining online. We welcome Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, Executive Director, CDAC Bengaluru, to the dais. Yeah. We request Professor R.K. Shamsundar to the dais. We request Sri Ashish Banati, sir, to the dais. Dr. Prashant Mishra, sir, please be on the dais. And I request Dr. Sudarshan, sir, to felicitate Dr. Prashant Mishra, please. Yeah. We welcome Shri Bhunesh Kumar Ji, IAS Additional Secretary MeitY. Thank you, sir, for joining online. As a mark of tradition, we request the dignitaries to light the lamp. Light the lamp. Thank you. Now I pass on the baton to Dr. Misbauddin to continue.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for the honor. We'll now start the inaugural session. So, first of all, I request Shri Ashish Banati, Deputy Controller Technology, Office of Controller of Certifying Authority, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, to deliver the welcome address. Shri Ashish Banati is a Deputy Controller Technology in the Office of Controller of Certifying Authorities, CCA. He has 3 decades of rich experience in STQC. He has significantly contributed to smart card development and has also played key role in Aadhaar enrollment. Shri Ashish Banati.
Good morning. Respected Additional Secretary Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar ji, he is joined online. Respected members on the dais, Controller of Certifying Authorities Arvind ji, Professor Sham Sundar ji, Professor Veni Madhavan ji, ED CDAC Sri Sudarshan ji, Dr. Prashant Mishra ji, and a special welcome to Mr. Benoit, Consular General of Canada in Bengaluru. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to this 4th edition of International Conference on Public Key Infrastructure and its Applications, PKIA 2023. This remarkable event, backed by IEEE, is being organized by CDAC Bangalore under the aegis of CCA. The event is being organized in a hybrid mode so that more number of enthusiasts are able to participate and interact. PKI conference has consistently provided a unique platform for industry leaders, academia, and professionals to converge, share their invaluable insights, and showcase their experiences. CDAC centers Bangalore and Noida have been supporting Office of CCA in various technological development efforts and projects. There are a few stalls where some such efforts or new development in CCA ecosystem are being exhibited. I do pay a visit to those stalls. This year, as always, holds the promise of being exceptional with a carefully curated series of talks by industry giants, esteemed professors, and distinguished scientists who will undoubtedly enlighten us with their unparalleled expertise and visionary insights. This conference serves as an opportunity for all of us to deepen our understanding of PKI and explore its myriad applications. The knowledge shared here will definitely contribute to our collective growth and strengthen our resolve to harness the full potential of secure digital transactions. I am confident that PKI 2023 event will be a resounding success marked by stimulating discussions, fruitful collaborations, and provide abundance of new knowledge. I encourage all participants to engage actively, ask questions, foster meaningful connections with fellow attendees. Wishing each and every one of you a productive and enriching conference experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm sure that with the talks that are lined up, I hope that this will be a resounding success. Thanks for the wishes. Now we have our conference general chair, Professor R.K. Shyamsundar. He's the general chair of PKIA 2023. Professor R.K. Shyamsundar is a life fellow of IEEE, a fellow of ACM, distinguished ACM speaker, a distinguished alumnus of Indian Institute of Science. He served as IEEE distinguished speaker and was the founding dean of School of Technology and Computer Science at the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, TIFR. He has been J.C. Bose National Fellow at TIFR and IIT Bombay, and he is an INAE, Indian National Academy of Engineering Distinguished Professor at Department of Computer Science, IIT Bombay. He is an adjunct professor, NITIE, Mumbai. He is a fellow of Indian Academy of Sciences, Indian National Science Academy, National Academy of Sciences, National Academy of Engineering, India, and a fellow of the Academy of Sciences of the Developing World. We welcome you, sir. I request Professor K. Shyamsundar to please give the introduction to the PKIA conference, sir.
Thank you. Good morning to all. It is nice to see the people on time from the ministry, in spite of the fact we know that in Delhi, everyone is engaged in one of the biggest global events that's happening from India. And so the director, sir, deputy director, sir, and then distinguished person from Canada. And also we have various distinguished cyber space experts and also enthusiastic participants. You are all welcome. And this is the fourth one that is being championed by CDAC. And CDAC is one of the organizations which is taking all the initiatives. And I also recently heard, and they have released they have designed their own memory chip and to release some of the latest computing phenomenon. So it's a credit to CDAC, and I think we will grow. And coming to the PKIA, digital trust has become important in the context of cyberspace. And in the context of cyberspace, digital trust is obtained. We can always say how, like the classic blockchains, to say that how we are getting trust from untrusted people. But beyond that, if you say there is a trust that is needed, which is being served by the public infrastructures. And now in the context, 5G has become old. Now it has become 6G. Now everything, if you don't get a communication, you take a drone, send it up, and then a reflection is possible, and then you will get it. So with all that, digital trust has become a very important phenomenon, even on the day-to-day life, and not only the national security, etc. I'm very happy that both the Prashant Mishra, the chair, and the CDAC people and the CERT people are taking the initiatives to see that this conference gives a confidence among the people in the cyberspace so that they can take new initiatives and then see how we can become completely 6G enabled as soon as possible. That will be the betterment for the society. And then I think with that, I invite you again and have a very enjoyable 2 days. And hopefully you will gain something to say that what should be done in the context of innovation, which has now evolved on really the technology. And then as the European Commission says, without innovation, the whole thing will die. So now innovation, that means if you have a trust, cyber, it is very important to have a digital trust, and this will give a momentum to all those activities. Thank you again. Thanks for all the distinguished persons on the dais and off the dais. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Your continued motivation to the annual conference, which has now become an annual conference now. We'll ensure that we'll try to achieve the technical excellence. We now have an address by Dr. Prashant Mishra, General Co-Chair, PKIA 2023. Dr. Prashant Mishra is a senior scientist at Tata Consultancy Services Research, where he works on intelligent cyber-physical systems for smart mobility. His current focus is on the development of mathematical models and the application of operations research methods for the management of electric vehicles, fleets, and charging infrastructure. His past research endeavor was in the design of sensing techniques and sensor informatics for energy-constrained network embedded systems. He has published over 60 peer-reviewed scientific and position papers in the fields of cyber physical systems, Internet of Things, mobile systems, and electric mobility. Dr. Mishra is the chair of IEEE Computer Society Bangalore Chapter, vice chair, industry engagements of IEEE Bangalore section, and an executive committee member of the ComSnets Association. He's the chair of the technical subcommittee for IoT, Future Skills Prime of MIT initiative, and is a member of the MIT working group on IoT-based technology for smart cities. Dr. Prashant Mishra.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome you all to this PKI 2023 program. I am the chair of IEEE Computer Society Bangalore Chapter, and in that capacity, I welcome all dignitaries on the dais, all participants and guests. Now, this program, so our engagement with this conference PKI has been since the last 2-3 years. And I must say it has been a very enriching experience. We firmly believe that cyber literacy in India is very important, and PKI is one of the major building blocks for that. And as part of that, we in IEEE Bangalore and Computer Society, along with the sister societies like IAS societies, have come together to actually build this ecosystem so that people who are not fully aware of the challenges of not being cognizant about cybersecurity and authenticity when working in the digital space are exposed to these concepts and understand what is the best and latest work happening in this field, actually. By the way, I'll wear the IEEE hat here to tell you a bit about IEEE Bangalore. So IEEE, of course, I was talking to some gentlemen here before the conference started, and it may so happen that a lot of you may not be aware of IEEE. By the way, IEEE, it stands for Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. It's the largest and the oldest professional body in the world. IEEE Bangalore is close to 48 years old. IEEE Computer Society Bangalore Chapter is close to 42 years old. So we have been there for a very long time. And our mission of IEEE Computer Society is to use or apply computer science and computing techniques for the betterment of humanity. And I think that fits the theme of PKI very well. I think this is where I think computing and computer science can really make a difference, and it is it will bring a great impact in people's life. We hope that this collaboration with CDAC, with CCA, and all the ecosystem partners and other sister societies of IEEE continues, and we are able to not only do a good conference this year, but we are able to continue this effort year on year. So with that, I'll close my initial comments and welcome you once again. And I hope you all have a very nice program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prashant Mishra. We have the address by the chair of IEEE IAS Bangalore Chapter, Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, who is also the general co-chair of this international conference, PKIA 2023. Dr. Situ D. Sudarshan is the executive director at CDAC Bangalore. He has over 3 decades of R&D experience in India as well as the United States, and a wide expertise in various technology domains. His areas of interest include semantic mining, big data, HPC, cybersecurity, IPR, technology management, strategic management, and emerging technologies. Prior to his position at CDAC Bangalore, Dr. Sudarshan was associated with ABB Corporate Research, the United States Food and Drug Administration, US FDA, Central Research Laboratory, Bharat Electronics Limited, CRLBEL, ARDCI, CEDTI. Dr. Sudarshan has been honored with prestigious awards like FDA's Outstanding Service Award, FDA's Group Recognition Award. During his PhD at University of Arkansas at Little Rock, he had received the Outstanding PhD Graduate Student Award, Academic Achievement Award, and Professional Service Award. He has been a featured reviewer at reviews.com 2010, and he has also been mentoring graduate and doctoral students. Dr. Sudarshan completed his PhD from University of Arkansas and is a fellow of IEEE and senior member of IEEE. He has, to his credit, more than 100 technical papers and 8 patents. He is actively involved in professional activities, including organizing conferences.
Namaste to all of you. Very good morning. First of all, it's a pleasure to have the entire ecosystem here, starting from the Constitutional Authority for PK Infrastructure, CCSR, strongly supported and shepherded by Ministry of Electronics IT, and in particular led by our Additional Secretary, Sri Bhuvanesh Kumarji, ably supported by Deputy Controller. And as CDAC, as the Chair Professor Shyamsundar mentioned, we have almost all the centers working on cyber resilience and digital trust as part of our key focus area. And as we speak, this conference itself, you'll see people from Noida, Hyderabad, Patna participating and sharing their experience and showcasing their expertise here. And from an academic perspective, this conference has been having the blessings of stalwarts. Couple of them are on stage, Professor Shyamsundar and Professor Veni Madhavan, who himself was actually handling the prestigious director of SAG during his career. And hidden in the audience, we have Dr. Ananda Mohan, a lifetime fellow for his work on cryptography and PKI and all. He's also here. That shows the kind of depth we have in this event in terms of technical expertise. But then these all have to result in advancing humanity. That is where IEEE comes into picture. So the Computer Science Industrial Application Society, which I represent now in my capacity here, they all have come together to do this wonderful job. So to us, initially PKI could be a jargon, then it becomes a kind of a comfortable feeling for technical people with computer science background. Whatever private key, public key, we talk about digital signature. But the aim of this particular PKIA conference and the consistency with which we are doing is to make PKI a public key infrastructure for the benefit of the society at large. So I will not use the technical word, normal standard public, significantly key infrastructure. That is what we need for the entire ecosystem to grow. And it is very nice that it is aligning along with the G20 conclave that is happening in Delhi, where world leaders are assembling, and India is taking the lead position and becoming a pioneer. And the scalability that we can demonstrate can actually be useful for the world. And it is important to also align with a lot many more people. That is where today we have from Canadian Consulate, we have the Consulate General as well as the Trade Commissioner for Digital Industries present here. And we also have international industries, NGOs, academia, security forces represented here. So the ecosystem here has been actually very, very strong. And this is auguring very well. Actually, our chair, Professor Shyamsundar, did not touch a couple of points. To keep it simple, in my opinion, this conference, very highly themed conference. So we are very, very choosy as a team to have very specific papers that have the depth in terms of technology, yet the utility so that it can support the public key infrastructure, which can pretty much replace, or it should become equivalent to something like the way we are comfortable with UPI and other today. PKI should become something like that. It should become the talk of the town, and it should become usable by anybody and everybody. So with that two extremes in place, you will find the number of papers are very selected, but very, very targeted outcome-based papers. Then we have keynotes from the best in the industry, best in the standards bodies, best from the government as well as academia. And we also have student members attending today. That shows the kind of well-roundedness we have. And by making it a series of conference with IEEE affiliation for the long term, we are also over a period of time to make it into one of the flagship conferences of IEEE. It requires 8 to 10 editions to do that. But we are almost halfway through, at the blink of the eyes that has happened. So with that, we are very sure this is going to be very engaging, and there are excellent tutorials and invited talks. So we request all of you to stay put for the next 2 days, and you will go with a full belly as well as ears and whatever thought process you need. So we will not leave you starving on any account. That is the only promise we can make as an organizing team. So with that, thanks again, and thanks for the great opportunity. Looking forward to interacting with you next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving an idea and detail about the conference and how the sessions are lined up. I now invite our special guest, Professor C.E. Venimadhavan, Distinguished Professor, IISc Bangalore. Professor C.E. Venimadhavan obtained his academic degrees, BE Electrical Engineering from College of Engineering, Madras in 1969, ME Control Systems from BITS Pilani in 1971, and PhD Control Theory from Indian Institute of Science in 1975. He worked in the industry, Air India, 76-77, National Informatics Center, before joining the Computer Science and Automation Department of IISc in 1983. He was a senior professor in the CSA department and retired formally in August 2014. He was the chairman of CSA department. During 98 to 2000, he was invited to head the DRDO laboratory, SAG, New Delhi, during 2000 to 2003. His current research areas of interest are computational linguistics and pragmatic cryptanalysis. He continues to work in IISc on 3 R&D projects in the areas of cryptography and natural language processing, and on several technical advisory tasks spanning government policy and academic and research mentorship. Professor Madhavan, sir.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here and to talk to so many of my friends and close friends like Shamsundar for a long, long time, and then Anand Mohan and professional colleagues and CDAC, and then many distinguished people in the fraternity on the stage and elsewhere. It's a very significant moment. One, as you get older, you recall, I've been part of this system, of course, ecosystem, as Sudarshan said. NIC, MAITI, originally DOE, then the Office of CCA, and almost all the labs of CDAC, in which I've had close interactions, personal projects, as well as a part of their mentoring groups and so on. So it's a pleasure to see that the PKIA is there. That's the 4th one. I will have many more. I just recall, as I said, the old age thing. Around 2000, I got one of the early memento digital signature certificates from the Office of CCA, and we launched this. Then CCA, Ken Gupta got his first root certificate, and I think some envelope I must have signed along with other members. The root certificate is indeed a root certificate kind of thing. Of course, that's based on RSA and deferment technologies. Now, I think it's a point, personally, I'm very happy immersed in research and so on. Along with some Anand Mohan, we are now getting to deeply immerse in the post-quantum crypto. And I hope one of these years, very soon, we'll have our new certificates based on the new NIST post-quantum algorithms, but also hopefully our own technologies, both from the fundamental side to the wrappings, okay? All to come from this country. And as we all know, CDAC in particular and the IT in general, this country is doing a lot of digitization work. And hopefully the new PKIs, which are to evolve in the next few years, will have more strong flavor of Indianism. And I'm sure with all the CDAC colleagues and various projects which are going on right now, these are bound to happen. And thank you all for being here. And only thing is, of course, as Shyam mentioned and Anand also is mentioning, is that to become more technical, in which case we may expand it to a day more or something like that. But I think those technical things will come eventually. So it's a very good start. And we hope we will see many useful presentations in this one and probably the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I mean, we have distinguished cryptographers and the technologists, and with your guidance, surely we will soon reach that post-quantum cryptographic algorithms. We will get the cryptographic algorithms, sir. I now invite our CCA, Controller of Certifying Authority, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, Shri Arvind Kumar, sir. Shri Arvind Kumar is the Controller of Certifying Authority. He was earlier Group Coordinator R&D Electronics, R&D in Electronics and Cybersecurity. He has envisioned several projects in PPP mode with industry, startups, academia, and government. He had earlier served as a Director General, STQC. He did his Bachelor of Engineering in Electrical Electronics and Communication Engineering from IIT Delhi. He also did his MTech Management and Systems in IIT Delhi. He has rich experience in mentoring startups in ICT and cybersecurity areas. Shri Arvind Kumar, sir.
Good morning. Respected Bhuvnesh Kumar, sir, who has joined online. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, scientists, people from academia, industries, or startups, those who have joined online, and maybe some of the people will be joining tomorrow. I welcome you all for today and tomorrow's event, which is being organized. I think once we look at the dais, we look at the participants, I think it's a compliment to the organizers bringing all the big brains in this area on the dais. It is not only the luminaires and the experts like Professor Vinivadan sir, Ramsundar sir. The platform is decorated by IEEE Bangalore Chapter. We have Consul General of Canada from Bangalore, Benoit Prefontaine, being here in the presence. If I look at the audience, we have Shri Tanmay Chakravarti. I think he started e-governance 35 years back in India. I can see some important faces like Anand Mohanji, Mudidharanji, if I can recognize correctly, ISC Bangalore. I worked with him earlier. Maybe many more over here. And being supported by the regulator for electronic signature, our office. I think we have the best of the combinations here and supported by our CDAC Bangalore, which is leading the research from the government side, participating with all of you in industries, in government, with academia, and taking the subject forward. My complaints against to the organizer for bringing out such a beautiful participation by all. With the overall blessing of ministry, Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar sir has kindly consented to be available in spite of his busy schedule. I mean, G20 being there in Delhi, and he's able to take out his time. Thank you very much, sir. I'm really honored to be part of this program. This is my second program of this PKIA. This is the PKI and its application conference, which is an international conference. We can see the participation of scientists, engineers from abroad, not only from India, working in the area of PKI and digital signatures. We understand with the digital society being in place today, which we all acknowledge, accept, the use of digital signatures, or the use of PKI implementation is of paramount importance. The kind of threats coming out of the digital systems which we are being using in our, not only in our government interaction, not only in our digital commerce interaction, but also in our daily behavior, we are finding this trust is becoming very important. And this digital signature and the PKI technology is one such, we can provide such kind of solutions, which can provide such kind of solution to the problem of security, to the trust, and the identity. As regulator of the electronic signature, we also look forward to the promotion and wider participation of all stakeholders, wider implementation in all sectors. We also look forward to the new and the frugal solutions which are coming up in the area of PKI, which can support the digital ecosystem. Office of CCA has already initiated an exercise of indigenization of the complete supply chain of the digital signature, which is being implemented or which is being produced by our certifying authorities, be it the CS software, be it the HSM, be it any other part of the supply chain or the dongle. We are trying to indigenize each one of them. We are aligning ourselves to the mission of the government of Atmanirbharta. We are working for that. I think this cannot be a better forum than this, where I think we have a scientists and engineers from the domain of PKI who are doing the research, who will be making the presentation of their papers. And the government and the office of CCA is looking forward to such kind of solution which you can bring out, which will be providing the trust to the digital ecosystem. I think let's become the leader in this area and provide solutions not only to the country, but to the world itself. That's the kind of initiative we can take through this kind of platform. Today, we are looking for not only research, we are also looking for innovation and the kind of frugal solutions which you can bring out. We are there to help you in mentoring that. We are there to help you in bringing out those solutions which can be implemented in our electronic signature ecosystem. We are looking for the new and the newer technologies. We understand the kind of challenges which are being coming up with the introduction of new and newer technologies, the use of IoT, the cloud technologies, the critical infrastructure is become digital now. So we are looking forward to you come up such kind of solution which can support the such kind of programs. PKI is one such technology which has given a strong base, which is worldwide accepted, and India is having a very strong platform available for that. If I just share with you the kind of PKI framework which has been introduced by the office of CCA, we have created a very strong backbone for PKI infrastructure. We have a PKI framework. The office of CCA has already released. It's available on the website. We have a Digital India Act. We have now IT Act, which is becoming a Digital India Act, and wherein we are giving the complete support for implementation of PKI framework. If you look at the PKI and the trust service operated today, there are more than 20 agencies providing this kind of trust services under the national PKI framework. If I look at the electronic signatures being transacted, it's more than 10 million active long-lived certificates, which are enabling billions of transactions on everyday basis. There are 400 million plus short-lived certificates of the e-sign, which are initiative under the Digital India program being implemented. And we look forward to the global practices of the digital PKI implementation through the office of CCA. So if I look at the kind of implementation, India is quite ahead of the world in implementation of e-signature. We would like to continue to lead this subject. We would like to continue to lead the research, innovation, and indigenization of the complete ecosystem of the electronic signature. You see the kind of implementation, the use cases today in India, which all of us are implementing as tax filing, e-procurement, banking. These are all being supported by the digital signatures at the back. And the new age use cases like UPI, Aadhaar, and other digital public infrastructure, they all are performing transaction in few seconds. They have a strong, trusted digital signature framework at the back end. So we are the leaders. We would like to remain, and we'd like to also remain in the research and innovation area. Now, I think this kind of platform definitely provides this opportunity to go ahead. As brought out by Sir, that the challenge is about the quantum computing. The quantum computing is coming. There will be a threat to the PKI infrastructure. I think with the directions of the ministry and with the direction of the government, we have already initiated a project on post-quantum cryptography with the blessings of the senior scientists available on the dais and the scientists in the various research organizations. Soon we'll be working on it. So definitely we would like to make a better PKI system than what we have today. Office of CCA is also implementing various programs through the CDAC Bangalore office on various awareness creations. They have also launched a challenge on browser development, indigenous browser development with the Indian root key available there. So that is also going to be covered in one of the presentation here. So this kind of initiative regularly we have started taking in this area. I think today we have gathered here for this fourth this PKI summit, International PKI Summit, and I wish that most of you have brought out good ideas over here, and all of you come and share your ideas, your thoughts. There are people available from the user side, there are people available from the developer side. Please, all of you collaborate, participate, and bring out the solutions which are implemented in country. Besides doing the blue sky research, also look at some kind of product development which can be implemented in the industries. We are there to support you from the Office of CCA. We are there to support you from the Office of Ministry of Electronics and IT, and we would like to take it forward. With these few words, I would like to wish you all a very, very effective and participating and knowledge sharing conference ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing the vision of Ministry of Electronics and IT and the roadmap of Office of CCA. We have a special guest today, Mr. Benoit Prefontaine, who is the Consul General of Canada in Bengaluru. Mr. Benoit Prefontaine, he did his BSc Economics from University of Montreal, 1983, MA Economics from University of Ottawa, 1985, and then joined the Department of External Affairs in 1987. He became Consul General to Bengaluru on January 16, 2022. Before that, he was High Commissioner for Canada to Bangladesh, 2017 to 2022. At headquarters, his most recent role was Deputy Inspector General of Global Affairs Canada, and concurrently, Director of the Mission Inspection Division. In his previous assignments at headquarters, Mr. Prefontaine was Director of the Aerospace, Automotive, Defense, and Information and Communication Technologies Division from 2008 to 2011. As Deputy Director of South Asia Division from 1999 to 2001, in the Export Finance Division from 91 to 93, and in the Defense Programs Bureau, Overseas Division 87 to 88. Abroad, he served as Senior Trade Commissioner for Brazil, based in Sao Paulo, from 2011 to 2014. He also served in Tokyo from 2004 to 2008 as Counselor, Commercial and Economic. In New Delhi from 2001 to 2004 as Senior Trade Commissioner, responsible for India, Nepal, Bhutan, and Sri Lanka. In Japan from 95 to 99 as Council and Senior Trade Commissioner, and from 88 to 91 in Abidjan as Liaison Officer at the African Development Bank and Trade Commissioner responsible for Burkina Faso, Liberia, Mali, Niger, and Sierra Leone. Mr. Benoit, please.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. As the Consul General of Canada in Bangalore, I'm delighted to be here today at the PKIA event to talk about the rapidly growing Canada-India bilateral relationship in technology, amongst many other sectors. Over the past 5 years, the Canada-India economic relationship has seen record numbers across every measurement in the relationship. And it is becoming increasingly clear that India is one of Canada's fastest growing economic partners, approaching the 100 billion relationship. 100 billion includes investment, and that's mostly what Canada does in India. Economic exchanges between Canada and India are on the upward trajectory, but there continues to be unexplored areas for mutually beneficial growth. PKI/digital trust is one such area. Digital economy is amongst the most powerful elements of both the Canadian and Indian economies. Both countries' future economic growth depends on innovation and on having strong frameworks in place to support its citizens and as well as industry. In terms of personal information protection, Canada has been a leader in providing privacy framework that supports organizations and protects the privacy of individuals. In today's digital landscape, public key infrastructure and digital trust are synonymous. PKI serves as a cornerstone guaranteeing secure communication and facilitating secure document management. I am proud to emphasize that Web Trust, with capital W and capital T, originating in Canada, has grown into a globally recognized standard for ensuring the security and reliability of websites and online services. In June 2022, the Canadian government proposed a Digital Charter Implementation Act, which establishes digital trust as a core component for a data-driven digital economy. The overall goal of the Digital Charter Implementation Act is for Canadians to be confident that their privacy is protected, AI is being developed and used responsibly, and digital trust is underpinning the innovation required for a strong digital economy. For example, 3 Canadian organizations, so ISARA, Pavilion, and Crypto4A, have come together to provide the world's first quantum-safe PKI solution running on purpose-built hybrid crypto-agile hardware. And Quantum Bridge Technologies is building a solution that protects today's encrypted Canadian communications from being hacked by quantum computers. So today, we have 3 great Canadian organizations speaking at this event. Well, not today, in the next 3 days. BlackBerry, AI Commons Montreal, and Genesis. So you will hear more from these innovative Canadian companies on how they are contributing to keeping PKI safe and secure. In conclusion, PKI is a critical component of the digital ecosystem. By sharing knowledge and best practices, we can collectively address evolving challenges, making trust and security foundational principles of our interconnected world. So if you have questions, I will be here this morning, all morning, and don't be shy to come. Mrs. Rupa of the Trade Commissioner Service in the first row right here is also here. So we please feel free to reach us. And thank you. And let us look forward to interesting discussions and collaboration. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mr. Benoit. Now, as we move on, we welcome our chief guest, Sri Bhunesh Kumar IAS, Additional Secretary, MeitY, to formally inaugurate this program. Sri Bhunesh Kumar IAS, Additional Secretary, I just like to, is graduated in Electronics and Communication Engineering from National Institute of Engineering, Kurukshetra, in the state of Haryana in 1989. He worked as a computer engineer from 1989 to 1992 with CMC Limited, a government of India undertaking at that time under the erstwhile Department of Electronics, which is presently MeitY. During 92 to 93, Sri Bhunesh Kumar ji worked as a faculty in Electronics and Communication Engineering at the CR State College of Engineering, a college established by State Government of Haryana. He joined the Indian Telecommunication Service, ITS, at the end of 1993 and was trained on the switches of telephone exchanges, and later he was responsible for the installation of rural automatic exchanges until August 1995. Sri Bhunesh Kumar ji joined the Indian Administrative Service, IAS, in September 1995. After the initial training in the academy and the field, he worked in the district administration in different capacities in various districts in the states of Uttar Pradesh. From 2012 onwards, he worked as a secretary and the principal secretary in the state governments, in the departments of planning and program implementation, vocational education and skill development, sports and youth welfare, technical education, MSMEs, finance, dairy development, and fisheries. As additional secretary in the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, MeitY, is responsible for policy formulation, planning, coordination, and monitoring in the domains of internet governance, digital literacy and skilling, R&D in electronics and IT, and development of electronic hardware in the country. Previously, he was handling the IT or the ITES and startup related activities in the ministry also. Thank you, sir. We welcome you to this event, and we thank you for being with us despite your tight schedules in the G20 event. We request you to formally inaugurate the conference. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Very good morning to all, ladies and gentlemen. The luminaries on the dais, including Professor Veni Madhavan, Professor Shyam Sundar, Dr. Prashant Mishra, Shri Arvindji, the Chief Controller of Certifying Authorities, Dr. S.G. Sudarshan, Director CDAC Bengaluru, Dr. Balaji, Shri Tanmay Chakravarti, Shri Dilip Barban, Shri Ashish Banati from the CCA, Excellency Binoba Prefontaine, Shri Anand Mohanji, Shri Muralidharanji. I'm really, the distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and honored to be part of this workshop. I feel really very fortunate and privileged. At the same time, very humbled to be part of this conference. Professor Veni Madhavan was introduced, and it was told that he did his graduation in the year 1969. That is exactly the year of my birth. So, and then I graduated in 1989. When I went to the school, actually my date of birth was written when I went to the school. There was no system of recording of date of birth before that. So my cousins used to go to the school. So I was a keen child to go to school. So I was slightly younger and the school refused to admit me. So my father said, why don't you increase the age by a year and a half or 2 years so that he can go to the school. Perhaps this may not be possible today when we have this Aadhaar enabled biometric online registration of births of newly born children on the basis of their parents. So I think no longer we'll have the trust issues on the dates of birth. So trust on this online system today is really an important one, and we are having this conference related to that subject. Honestly, I would have loved to be in Bengaluru physically for this event, but unfortunately, I could not make it because of some responsibilities related to G20 event happening in Delhi. But at the same time, I would really like to congratulate the organizers for having the confidence and belief to organize this conference coinciding with the G20 Leaders Summit at the same time. And I can see there's a huge participation in this conference, the 4th edition of the International Conference on Public Key Infrastructure and its Applications. I'm thankful to Arvindji especially. He actually insisted me to participate in this event, and he said that I must come. But unfortunately, when I could not make it physically, he said, why don't you participate online? So I thought, okay, let me try that. I am also thankful to Sudarshanji, or rather sorry to him, because he has invited me on a number of occasions. Unfortunately, it has not been possible to attend any of his events. So today I thought I'll compensate for that, even if I'm not able to make it physically. At least I will join this conference virtually, so that he doesn't feel that I keep avoiding his invitations. So as a chair of this event, I really want to congratulate him and thank him also. Now, coming to the internet, actually, when we talk about internet, we say safe, secure, trusted, and accountable internet. In fact, before I go to this topic, let me relate a small story incident which has happened very recently. Arvindji was educating me on the activities of the CCA. So what all CCA does, and we came to something, the secure socket layer and the HTTPS. And I had a very kiddish question, and I'll request again this to be answered. I think a lot of people are here, so I'll pose this question to everybody. Then I asked, why do we not have HTTPS as the default system? Why do we need the secure socket layer at all? Okay, so I mean, it may be quite a foolish question. It may be very simple. I think answers may be simple, but I did not know the answer, so I posed this question. So it is before you also, all of you. So why we need additional secure socket layer at all? Why don't we make it this as a default option on the internet? So when we say the internet should be safe, secure, trusted, and accountable, so this will become part of that. Automatically should become part of that. I hope you will excuse me for my limited knowledge on the subject. The reason is that I graduated in '89, but my course content was designed in 1967. I was the last batch of a 5-year course called BSc Engineering in the then REC Kurukshetra, which is now known as National Institute of Technology. Fortunately or unfortunately, since I was the last batch, the next batch which came was in computer science, and they perhaps had better knowledge of networking and all those ideas. My knowledge remained limited to more of electronics and communication field. Anyway, now when we are talking about this conference, all these delegates who have come in larger numbers to participate in that, and this is the 4th version of this one. I really don't want to speak on the PKI and its advantages and the usefulness. I think for me, it will be like showing a lamp to the sun. You all know far more than that. But just what I want to say is that these days, we keep interacting with various countries on bilateral fora, especially on the free trade agreements which are being signed. We had one with the UAE initially, then we had one with Australia. Now we are negotiating one with the UK and also EU, and there are many more in the pipeline. And in all these bilateral free trade agreements, one chapter which has become almost mandatory is the digital trade chapter. In fact, no bilateral trade negotiation is complete today without that chapter. Earlier, nobody perhaps bothered about these. There used to be HS lines, there used to be trade things, and that used to be all. But now, without agreement on this particular chapter, the trade agreement is incomplete. And in fact, it is insisted that first this chapter should be agreed, and then the other things can be agreed upon automatically. A lot of things will happen by normal course. So in these trade chapters, one of the things which is one of the important areas or the sub paragraphs or paragraphs in that chapter is about the digital transaction and the mutual recognition of electronic signatures or the digital signatures. So this is a very, very important area, and I think this is going to increase with the online transactions, the digital trade becoming more and more important. Even in the economy, if you look at it, the digital economy component is increasing day by day, and we hope that by 2026, 20% of India's digital economy, of the total $5 trillion we'll have, $1 trillion will be from the digital economy. And the recent digital economy working group negotiations, which have been successfully concluded, that is a landmark in itself. Now, when these signatures and transactions have to be recognized mutually, the basic question which comes is the trust. And I personally think, and that's my understanding, that to develop that trust, we need to have a lot of innovation in the field of public key infrastructure, especially in the wake of quantum computers knocking on the door. This is going to be all the more important, and we need to have quantum resistant or quantum safe or maybe even post quantum cryptography solutions before the quantum computers actually come in the being. So having said that, I wish that the deliberations which happen in this conference definitely lead to better solutions, and this workshop and conference remains very successful. At the same time, I really want to say that in the modern world, while we are talking about Make in India initiatives, the Atmanirbhar Bharat, the self-reliant initiatives, one of the important areas where we lack today is cybersecurity and all the ecosystem of cybersecurity. India has shown its prowess now in the digital public infrastructure, which has been globally recognized, especially during this G20 negotiation in the Digital Economy Working Group. DPI has been recognized, and India has been recognized in the digital public infrastructure. And we have very solid building blocks of India stack. But at the same time, if I look at the cybersecurity solutions or solutions in the domain of cybersecurity, the overall blanket area, then I find there are not many solutions. And that is why it is very, very important to have Indian root certificate, to have Indian solutions in the cybersecurity, the security information and event management solutions, other anti-malwares, other security operation center solutions. All those solutions related to trust need to be made in India. And that is what is important from the point of view of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, which has taken very large number of initiatives related to the data. And all of you are aware, the Digital Personal Data Protection Act has already been passed by both houses of the Parliament, and now it is an act of 2023. So a lot of these things are going into come into picture and will have its own effects, and that is why it is important to build made in India solutions. So I exhort all of you to have wonderful discussions during this conference, and I'm sure this is going to be a success. And as far as inaugurating the conference is concerned, so let me say that I formally declare this PKI 2023 inaugurated. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Sir, thank you very much for your inspirational address, sir.
Yeah, sorry, I just forgot to mention one thing. Actually, it was really embarrassing to have me on the screen all the time. I was thankful to the person who actually switched over to the conference logo on the screen for some time, during which I could switch on my video. Otherwise, I was finding it very embarrassing. It is a difficult decision actually to keep my video on or off. The protocol demanded that I should keep my video off, but I was seeing myself back on the full screen, which was turning out to be rather embarrassing. So I had to actually switch it off. So I'll request the organizers to please put the conference logo in the background, or if there is a presentation or something on the background, so that I can be excused from there. Thank you so much.
Sir, thank you very much for your inspirational address. This is your visibility is exclusive, sir. Logos are separately on the panel, sir. And your address has really motivated the team. And I hope that the coming sessions will be really, very good. You have charged the entire team, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I request you to be online for a while. Sir, with your permission, Additional Secretary, sir, with your permission, we would like to felicitate you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
There is a memento, sir, award of recognition. So, with your permission, I request Professor C.E. Vene Madhavan, sir, to give the memento, and with sir's permission to Shri Arvind Kumar, sir.
Yes, yes, please. I request Arvindji to accept it on my behalf.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
That's really kind of you, sir. I missed this opportunity. I would have loved to be there physically and accept this from your hands.
Thank you very much, sir. I now request Professor C.E. Vene Madhavan, sir, to felicitate Shri Arvind Kumar, sir, CCA. You were, sir. Yes. I now request Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, Executive Director, CDAC Bangalore, to felicitate Mr. Benoit Prefontaine. I request Sri Arvind Kumar, sir, CCA, to please felicitate Professor R.K. Shyam Sundar, General Chair PKI 20. Arvind Kumar, sir, request you to kindly felicitate Dr. Prashant Mishra, the General Co-Chair of PKIA 2023. Arvind Kumar, sir, request you to felicitate Dr. S.D. Sudarshan. These are IEEE chairs, as IEEE chair. Yeah. I request Professor Shyam Sundar, sir, to kindly felicitate Professor C.E. Vene Madhavan. Sir. I request Professor C.E. Vene Madhavan to kindly felicitate Shri Ashish Banathi, Deputy Controller Technology. Sir, thank you very much, sir. I now request Dr. Balaji Rajendran, Group Head, Cybersecurity Group Head, called as RISE, Resilient Information Systems Engineering, to kindly come on the dais and deliver the vote of thanks. Yeah, switch over to the conference. Yeah.
So dignitaries and on and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. I, on the behalf of the PKIA 2023 organizing team, and on my own behalf, extend a hearty vote of thanks to all the dignitaries and participants here. With utmost gratitude, we express our heartfelt thanks to Additional Secretary Shri Bhunesh Kumarji for accepting to be part of this occasion and really preparing with this all humorous, insightful comments and inaugurating this event. Thank you, sir. Despite your tight schedules on the G20 event, thank you, sir, for joining us and being part of this occasion. Our sincere gratitude and thanks to Shri Arvind Kumarji, Controller of Certifying Authorities, for showing us the seeds of inspiration and supporting us from the beginning throughout this day. We also thank you, sir, for trusting in our ability to take the vision of digital trust to the next level. Thank you, sir. We are extremely thankful to his team and the Office of CCA for their valuable support and guidance. We thank Mr. Benoit Prefontaine for his kind acceptance and gracious presence in this occasion. And thank you for your stimulating speech, sir. On behalf of the organizing team, I would like to thank our Director General, Shri Mahesh Ithirajan, sir, for his dedicated encouragement and support to us. Unfortunately, he could not join because of the G20 event. I thank Professor Veni Madhavan, IASC, our special guest, for his continued guidance to us and the fraternity. Thanks, sir, for gracing this occasion. Professor R.K. Shamsundar, sir, General Co-Chair, PKI 2023, for leading us in successful conduction of the PKI events with his rich experience. Dr. Prashant Mishra, Chair, IEEE Computer Society and General Co-Chair, PKI 2023, for providing us with the required support from IEEE. Our Executive Director, Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, sir, who also dons the hat of IEEE Industry Application, sir, for his solid backing and commitment to this initiative. And of course, he has been part of from the day one, he has been from part of 2017 event also. Thank you, sir. I also take this opportunity to thank fellow of IEEE, Dr. P.V. Ananthamohan, sir, for untiring contribution to this event. He has been reviewing a lot of papers for this conference, which is 100+ papers which has come to this conference for reviewing this. I also acknowledge the presence of several dignitaries of the stage, including Dr. Sarat Chandra Babu, who has joined online, Mr. Muralidharan from IIC, and other members also. We are indebted to the members of the Office of CCA, Shri Ashish Banati, sir, Shri Dilip Kumar Burman, sir, Shri Shamsuddin Khan, sir, and Dr. Sandra Pandian, sir, and all the members of the Office of CCA who have been supporting us. And pulling off this event would not have been possible without the support of highly motivated and dedicated teams. I thank our technical team, admin team, finance team, and the purchase team for their wholehearted commitment behind this effort. Finally, I thank all the participants, authors, speakers, panel members, dignitaries for making PKIA 2023 a truly global event, attracting contributions from all parts of the world, from north to south and east to west across the world. Thank you very much and enjoy the proceedings.
Thank you.
So as we come to the end of the inaugural session, the tea is being served in the backside. Please have it. And after the tea, please also make a visit of the stalls there. So after that, we'll be starting the sessions at 12 noon sharp. Thank you.
This board and this one should come. Can be horizontal.
exchange of an memorandum of understanding between CDAC Bangalore and the National STEM Education Foundation. I request Dr. S.D. Sudarshan sir from CDAC Bangalore and Ms. Nagalakshmi and Mr. Vijay Kumar from the National STEM Education Foundation to the dais. I request them to exchange the memorandum of understanding in the august presence of Sri Arvind Kumar, Controller of Certifying Authorities, and Professor R.K. Shamsundar sir. Please join us in this occasion, sir. I request Dr. S.D. Sudarshan sir to just give a brief intro on or background on this MOU.
So, good afternoon to all of you. This is a slightly different agenda, but as I mentioned in the morning, this is about public key infrastructure development, includes inclusive development of digital trust and cyber security awareness at the grassroots level. So that is where we are going below the higher education to the elementary level education and school education level, where the awareness is created. And we all know today any green energy or green usage initiative, we don't go to parents. We teach in schools, they ensure that parents follow. Today, they are the people with the master key. So the idea was use the National STEM Foundation, Dr. Nagalakshmi and Mr. Vijay Kumar, where one of the activities that we do under PKI also with CCSR support and MATI support is PKI awareness, going to the youngest level in terms of capability of the kids. So if the children become aware, we are building a resilient society going forward. And such a scaling up happens with NGOs who take it as a cause to reach out. And that is where they come from. So with that, this is not a MOU happening and some work will be planned. We already had conducted an event where about 300 school principals and one faculty designated from North Chennai district, educational district, 300 school, all 100%, they all attended. We conducted a program in local language. And again, to avoid reinventing the wheel, the posters campaign that we made as part of Information Security Education Awareness Program, again, a flagship program of Ministry of Electronics and IT, those were translated into the local language, Tamil. And after that event, after a question answer session, these posters were distributed to all the schools to display in their notice board and also have sessions with their students at the local level. And if they have any queries, if they want more activities, they will come back and get help from them. So something has already progressed. And just to streamline and to avoid making it every time the paperwork repeat, that is the reason this MOU is being signed. So this is to make the process similar to the PKI conference has become a series, annual series. This should go a long way. That is the way it has happened. So we thought it is a platform where the MOU could be exchanged so that just the message gets passed on and get registered. The research is not staying in the labs, but it gets tinkered in the Atal Tinkering Labs. And our children get really, what should say, idea and awareness and create that interest so that we have enough cyber security competence getting developed going forward. So that is what happened. So that is the brief background. And again, with the represents of both the statutory authority and the academic expert. So we are honored to exchange in their presence. Thank you, sir, for joining us. So we'll just be exchanging. Madam, you want to say anything?
Thank you so much, sir. As National STEM Education Foundation, we believe as our philosophy, quality education is not the privilege of a few, but the right of every child. So to this effect, when we did the program in Chennai, covering and impacting more than 300 schools, thank you, sir, so much for the support extended, because I think one thing is being able to take it to a lot of people. The other thing is to be able to, be the subject matter expert to ensure what has to be communicated is correctly getting communicated. And I think the team of Balaji sir, Sudarshan sir, and all were there. Balaji sir very beautifully communicated it in vernacular. And every aspect was brought out very, very nicely. And today when we were invited, for the MOU exchange to this conference, I just put my, faith and trust on the system and said, yes, sir, whatever you say. But when I came here, I saw that the spirit of this entire conference is about building digital trust. And what better forum to, do the MOU exchange than this? Because in building the digital trust, it is very essential to take the next generation along with us. And what we are doing is trying to ensure that we are building a very strong cyber safe foundation with our next generation, so that when they are cyber safe and they are cyber wise, we build the foundation for a more digital citizenship awakened society, and we are able to make more greater forays with greater faith in the system on the innovations that it can and the possibilities of innovation it can bring in this field. So thank you so much, sir, for giving us this platform. And again, it is an honor and privilege for us to be having this in the presence of such esteemed dignitaries who are there, on the stage and off the stage. So it is a wonderful opportunity, and it gives us more impetus and the Josh. They'll say, how is your Josh? They'll say the Josh is high. So thank you so much, sir. You just made our Josh very high to, take this spirit to every nook and corner and from the grassroots level. Thank you so much, sir.
Let's give a big round of applause as they exchange. Thank you. Yeah, yes, sir. I request Professor Shamsundar, sir.
The trust or the digital trust is very complicated. And now you see they have 3 keynotes. Each one has some kind of a trust. You ask them what is trust. It's very difficult, even for a person who is at a professionally at a high level kind of a thing. In fact, if you see Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, one of the alumnus has funded on digital trust a huge money. And similarly, the NITI, which is now called the Indian Institute of Management, Bombay, that also has a funding for the digital trust. So now if you ask what is trust, it's very difficult. And trust cannot be created. It's only relocated. Now the question is that perhaps in your education at a lower level, you can ask them, why does the child trust its mother or father? And then from how the trust is being developed for many other complete environments, and how that has gone into digital identity, or is there a trust there, or even in the Bitcoin, for example, in a blockchain, where is the trust? So you say trust from untrusted people, but we are trusting somewhere. And what is it that you are trusting? And all that thing has to come into the picture in a natural way. If you bring it, then I think it will become clear to say what is the thing that should be done, including the web of trust or the web browser trust or whatever that one is. Do I believe in the CCA from India, CCA from US, or anything of that nature? Keep that in mind and do that by talking to the people to understand what trust is, because that remains technically not a quantifiable metric from the known and the very professional people. Thank you.
I request CCS sir, Arvind sir to share a few words.
I think, as Shamsundar sir has said, I find distinction that our generation has acquired digital identity, and the new generation will be born with digital identity. And the trust they should understand from day one. I think we have transacted in physical world, in the hybrid world, moving to the online world. This course is very, very important, and I strongly feel we should take it to maybe the NCRT, that level. I will facilitate you so that it should be spread across the nation. It should go not only to only one state or few regions, but it should be across country and in one corner. So thank you very much. It's a very, very good initiative. I think that rightly done. Capacity building, understanding, and fundamental being created at the grassroots and the lowest level of education itself very, very important. But the proof of the pudding lies in how we communicate, as sir pointed out, what is trust. If we educate in the right terms, definitely we'll be able to make our new generation, digital generations coming up to the right level, and trust is paramount. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to all of you. Okay. Now I request my colleague, Mr. Anup, to take care of the session, master the next.
So we'll start with our first keynote for the conference. So our keynote speaker is Sri Tanmay Chakravarti. He is Director CCS. He'll be talking on use of public infrastructure in digital public infrastructure. Sri Chakravarti, based in Noida, Uttar Pradesh, had started his corporate career in August 1981 in Kolkata. His corporate career spanned 42 years. He finished his tenure as Group Government Affairs Officer at Tata Sons Private Limited, the parent company of the Tata Group. On October 31st, 2022, he was based in New Delhi. On November 1st, 2022, he started his own venture, Chakravarti Consulting Services Private Limited, with an aim to use his cumulative work experience and networks that he has built over 4 decades and work with a small, medium, and international companies and help them to work effectively with governments in India and globally. His mission is to work with niche technology and service provision companies where the offering will be focused on a large transformation outcome objective, all of which will greatly contribute towards the building of the new India. Sir, please welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much. Firstly, my gratitude to Mr. Arvind Kumarji, with whom I've had the association since long, 2005, 2006, when we embarked upon the journey of large-scale governance transformation in the country. I had the privilege of leading the TCS global government business for 14 years. And in that period between 2004 and 2018, I again had the privilege of leading some very marquee transformational initiatives, which included the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. That was the first one, which won the Prime Minister's Award for Digital Transformation in the country. It was the first program under the Prime Minister's Mission Mode initiative of e-governance. Subsequently followed up with large-scale simplification of the income tax filing system, the SARL, the single-page form, digital form that we were able to introduce, making it very simple for taxpayers to file taxes. Subsequently followed with a large transformation in customs and excise, thereby bringing a lot of ease of transactions and ease of doing business with customs and excise departments in the country. And of course, the marquee program, which was the Passport Seva program, which many of you, I'm sure, have experienced in your lives as you have applied for passports in the recent past. Today, all the speakers talked about the fact that as India moves towards being digital India, large high volume digital transactional interfaces are being built and deployed between the citizens, the business, and the government. And therefore, with the volume kept in view and mind, it becomes absolutely increasingly important to ensure that the transactional interfaces are secure, they are safe, they are conducted by bona fide, both at both ends, the receiver and the sender. And therefore, the importance of the PKI regime becomes all the more relevant in today's context. I remember initially in the days around 2004, 2005, when through the MCA 21 program, every single director's identification number holder mandatorily had to have a digital signature. That was a real bold step by the government to ensure that they were trying to bring order to the chaos. It used to be in the past a practice for many of the company directors to outsource their responsibilities and fiduciary activities of filing and many other interfaces with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs to chartered accountants, to their assistants, to others. And therefore, you know, this whole Information Technology Act clause of non-repudiation was very, very difficult to achieve in that kind of a regime. That was brought to order with this implementation of the PKI digital signature initiative for every single DIN holder in the country. At that time, I remember we were 10 lakh companies and that many number of directors and that many number of digital signatures. Today, after 20 years of that effort, I think it's not just going to be digital India by default, but it has to be every application has to become digital signature embedded by default. I think that's the regime that we are coming to. And when I discuss with governments today, large implementations like the public finance management system or the several state governments who have implemented large programs like integrated financial management system, where huge volumes of financial transactions are going on, for example, it is all the more important to establish the identity of the individual who is undertaking the transaction. Later, they should not be in a position to deny that they were not the ones who actually did the transaction. And therefore, the digital signature, the PKI regime becomes all the more relevant in today's context. I'll spend the next few minutes in just highlighting the importance of PKI in the current Indian buildup of the digital public infrastructure, or what in the G20, India is positioning itself as being the champions of creating platforms of digital public good that is now being discussed. As we sit in Bangalore, the current discussions are going on in Delhi exactly on the same lines, where many, many marquee applications of India, developed in India, made for people in India, are today becoming relevant for people around the world. One of them is, of course, UPI, which is a very, very common example. And the other day, I saw a very interesting application where from the mobile phone, you were able to basically access a QR code on the ATM terminal. And the mobile actually talks to the ATM terminal, and you are able to either withdraw or deposit cash without the use of a plastic card. So we are coming to fairly advanced levels of maturity in terms of UPI used end-use applications. And these become extremely relevant, and countries like France, Singapore, and other countries today, UAE, are really looking at our platform for replication in their respective countries. So here is the opportunity for India, where I call it the age of the digital diplomacy phase of India. What we have done for ourselves to solve problems of our own country, we are now able to take to the rest of the countries where similar problems exist, specifically the developing countries, where it can be India's contribution, the soft power capabilities of India can be actually taken and shared with those countries who have similar problems. So in today's dynamic digital landscape, it is important to emphasize that public key infrastructure serves as the cornerstone of digital public infrastructure, providing the critical cryptographic framework and trust mechanisms essential for safeguarding digital communications and transactions within the DPI ecosystem. I want to underscore that PKI's robust architecture empowers the issuance, management, and validation of digital certificates and digital signatures, ensuring the integrity, authenticity, and confidentiality of data exchanged through the DPI frameworks. Among the remarkable contribution of DPI, a standout feature is its capacity to facilitate digital signature, a revolutionary change in the execution of contracts and agreements. DPI, digital public infrastructure, harnesses the power of public key infrastructure to facilitate digital signatures. When a user initiates a digital signature within DPI, their private key is employed to create a distinct cryptographic signature that becomes an integral part of the document. This cryptographic signature is generated using a secure hashing algorithm, ensuring data integrity. Subsequently, the recipient can verify the signature's validity by employing the sender's public key, thus confirming both the document's authenticity and its unaltered state. DPI reliance on digital signatures not only guarantees trustworthiness, but also provides a highly secure paperless alternative to traditional signatures, bolstering the overall security and efficiency of digital signatures. Powered by the robust framework of digital public key infrastructure, digital signatures not only possesses legal validity, but also provides an eco-friendly, paperless alternative to conventional signatures. DPI's global reach extends beyond borders, fostering cross-border transaction and cultural exchange while steadfastly upholding the highest standards of privacy and security. Moreover, the remarkable flexibility of the DPI allows it to seamlessly integrate emerging technologies like blockchain, further enhancing security and transparency in the digital landscape. Digital certificate in the DPI regime employs digital certificates following the X.509 standard, containing essential fields like subject, issuer, public key, serial number, and validity period. A hierarchical trust model involves trusted certificate authorities, CAs, issuing certificates to end entities, ensuring authenticity. Certificate revocation mechanisms include certificate revocation lists, CRLs, and online certificate status protocol, OCSP, manage compromised or expired certificates. CAs can sign certificates using their private keys, and certificate validation involves certificate signature verification and trust chain establishing using the CS certificate. Secure key pair generation, certificate distribution, and adherence to regulatory compliance further fortify DPI's robust public key infrastructure. These certificates facilitate secure identity verification and encrypted communication, serving as the foundational support for the integrity and trustworthiness of DPI. Private and public key pairs within the intricate framework of digital public infrastructure, private and public key pairs serve as the linchpin of security. These keys generated through robust cryptographic algorithms ensure secure digital signatures and encryption. The private key, a closely guarded secret, empowers entities to sign documents with unique cryptographic signatures. These signatures are verified by recipients using the corresponding public key, ensuring document integrity. Certificate authorities issue digital certificates binding public key to identities, fostering trust in the DPI ecosystem. Key revocation mechanisms and regulatory compliance further fortify security. In essence, private and public key pairs underpin the trust, confidentiality, and integrity essential for DPI's mission of secure digital transactions and communications. Certificate revocation in the in the case of DPI, the revocation of digital certificate is vital. If a certificate is compromised or no longer valid, it needs to be revoked to prevent unauthorized access and use. PKI includes mechanisms for certificate revocation, such as CRL, certificate revocation lists, or online certificate status protocol, OCSPs. CRLs are periodically updated lists issued by CAs containing detailed information about certificates that have been revoked, like a blacklist. Meanwhile, the OCSP offers real-time certificate status verification by directly querying the CA's server. Together, these methods ensure that certificates posing potential security risks are swiftly identified and invalidated. The intricate certificate revocation system underscores DPI's unwavering commitment to upholding the highest standards of security and trustworthiness in the digital domain. Within the complex domain of digital public infrastructure, the precise administration of cryptographic keys assumes a pivotal role. This foundational element comprises several vital components, commencing with the secure generation of keys, utilizing resilient cryptographic algorithms. The protection of these keys becomes of utmost importance, often necessitating the deployment of hardware security modules, HSMs, or secure containers to shield them from unauthorized access. Ensuring the secure distribution of keys to designated entities free from interception or tampering is equally critical. Routine key rotation procedures are in place to migrate the long-term risks associated with key exposure. It is very exciting to note that governments, both central and state in India, are increasing, and worldwide indeed, are increasingly embracing the transformative power of DPI to reshape how citizens access vital information and crucial resources and interface and transact with government. From the streamlined processes of obtaining official documents to essential task of overseeing public health, DPI-driven e-governance initiatives are leading a revolution that enhances accessibility in the new era of transparency. Furthermore, DPI effectively minimizes persistent threats of data breaches and unauthorized intrusions through the implementation of robust encryption mechanisms. DPI is tasked with navigating the intricate terrain of regulatory compliance, conforming to stringent data protection regulations such as GDPR, as in the case of Europe, or HIPAA, as in the case in the US, entails the implementation of robust encryption methods, meticulous user content management, and the establishment of secure data storage. The adoption of recognized encryption standards like AES is instrumental in upholding data confidentiality within DPI. Additionally, DPI may be subjected to rigorous certification procedures such as ISO 27001, serving as a validation of its effectiveness of the security protocols. The continuous oversight through monitoring, meticulous audit trails, and stringent access controls becomes imperative for the regulatory alignment, guaranteeing the DPI operations consistently uphold the highest standards of security and legal compliance. A multitude of technical facets coalesce to form a robust and secure ecosystem. This digital framework relies on advanced cryptographic algorithms to safeguard data, emphasizing secure key management through hardware security modules. Trusted certificate authorities issue digital certificates anchoring the system's trustworthiness. The underlying public key infrastructure manages certificates, keys, and digital signatures, ensuring the integrity of data exchanges. Secure communication protocols, access control mechanisms, and threat detection systems contribute to DPI's resilience. Data encryption, regulatory compliance, monitoring, audit trails, and disaster recovery strategies further fortify its security. Embracing secure development practices, DPI represents the apex of dependable, trustworthy, digital infrastructure. PKI within the context of digital public infrastructure presents a set of unique challenges that must be effectively addressed to ensure its successful implementation and operations. Challenges include scalability. One of the real key challenges is how, when we deal with 140 billion people and we scale pan-India wise kind of usage of applications, how do we manage the volume growth of the user base? Key robust management, evolving threat landscapes, ensuring interoperability amongst diverse DPI components, meeting regulatory compliance requirements, and efficient certificate revocation mechanisms are among some of the key challenges. Overcoming these challenges involved implementing scalable PKI architecture, employing hardware security modules for key protection, staying updated and with security threats on a continuous basis, adhering to established standards, ensuring regulatory compliance, and establishing an efficient certificate revocation mechanism such as CRL or OCSP. Addressing these challenges collectively ensures that PKI remains a reliable foundation for the secure operation of DPI, supporting its mission to provide a secure and trusted digital services. PKI's technical aspects within the digital public infrastructure are extensive and encompass identity management, encryption, digital signatures, secure communication, regulatory compliance, and adaptability to emerging technologies. This robust framework forms the backbone of security and trust in DPI, ensuring its effectiveness and reliability in the digital era. I'm very, very happy to be a part of this extremely focused, theme-based conference, which is happening for the fourth time here in Bangalore. And I really compliment CDAC, IEEE Bangalore, duly supported and totally motivated by this CCA's office to hold such a forum and bring practitioners all together. I'm looking forward to listening to the deliberations later in terms of the case studies. And clearly, we are evolving into a landscape in India where we are going to get more and more digital by default. And as I mentioned, parallel and alongside by going more and more digital, we must look at some of our existing applications as to how we can make them PKI enabled to make them more secure. Identity management is one of the biggest challenges today, whether it is in the private sector, whether it is in the public sector. The establishment of the facet of the clause in the IT Act of non-repudiation is more relevant today than it was ever before. And therefore, the logical relevance, the technical relevance of a digital signature combined with identity management is the way I foresee in the future that technology is going to evolve, where both these functionalities will be converted into one single user-based user device that will come in the future, because it's equally important to ensure that the transactions trust levels are high, as indeed the identity of the individual who actually undertakes the transaction. So again, thank you very much for giving me a patient hearing. I wish the conference all success, and I look forward to the deliberations. It's an extremely relevant area that you have chosen to deliberate on, and I look forward to some of the case studies that are going to be discussed in the course of today and tomorrow, and wish the conference all success. And again, I end up by thanking Dr. Sudarshan, Dr. Balaji, who have been so kind enough to invite me here to speak. I remember all the experiences of having undergone and worked with several government entities in our journey of bringing transformation. That flashes back in my mind. And my mind also goes back to the formative years of the software testing and certification processes that I actually was involved with Mr. Arvind Kumarji's office when he was DG of STQC, as to how this whole public-private initiative brought about real change in governance. And that's what we did. Some of those programs are marquee programs. They really demonstrate, they are showcased to global governments in terms of what India has done to simplify the ease of governance. And I'm sure that more and more maturity, as we can all see, is coming into the adoption of technology amongst the users. We have over 100 billion people today with a smartphone all over the country. The real potential of power of governance is yet to be realized. It's in the days ahead. And when we talk about mobile governance, all the more reason how establishing trust and identity of the persons holding that mobile, undertaking those transactions, become more and more relevant. And I see the increasing serious relevance of the PKI technology becoming more and more prevalent until a time when we reach where India should be digital PKI enabled application infrastructure by default. That's the final goal. And I'm sure with collective efforts of the community, the private sector, the government entities, NIC, CDAC, and all the agencies who implement systems for the government, this will become a reality someday very soon. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening and motivating keynote. Now, I will request CCA, Sri Arvind Kumar, to felicitate our keynote speaker, Sri Tanmay Chakravarti. Please come on the. Thank you. So recently, last month on 9th of August 2023, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, with support from Office of Controller of Certifying Authorities and CDAC Bengaluru, launched an open competition for Indian web browser development with inbuilt CCA root certificate. To give the details about the event, we are inviting Sri Dilip Burman, Assistant Controller, Office of CCA, and Dr. Balaji Rajendran, who will be also assisting him in detailing about the competition.
Good morning, everyone. An Indian browser. When we initially thought, some of the people were asking, many browsers are there in the market. Why reinventing the wheel? Then we had discussion, and accordingly, we could basically persuade the people concerned the web browser is required, Indian browser is required. That too, it CCA root inbuilt, so that we don't have to go or to web trust for initial recognition of our Indian websites which are already certified by CS under CCA. So that's the primary goal. And of course, we are taking the path of going to web trust. So web trust, once we get the web trust, our CCA root would get web trust certificate. Then the CS under the CCA roots have to be under web trust certified, and then we have to proceed to different browsers individually and ask the browsers for our roots inclusion. That's a long, lengthy process, but we are doing that. But parallelly, because we have to be resilient, our internet system has to be resilient, and we had the concept of developing an Indian browser. So how to go about it? We had a detailed discussion, and finally we arrived at the conclusion that we should include all the prospective stakeholders for developing an Indian browser. So that's how we have decided to go for an Indian open challenge, so that almost whoever is interested can come forward and forward their concept regarding the development of browser, and accordingly participate in the tender, the open challenge process. That's the process we have launched, and the process will have 3 stages. First of all, the concept of an Indian browser with Indian CCA certificate will be submitted through basically website, and accordingly those proposals will be evaluated by a respected jury, and it will go to the second stage of actual building a prototype. So once prototype is developed, we'll be selecting 8 numbers of winners, in fact, in that particular stage, and they will go to the actual development stage of the browser. And after around 6 months, we'll be basically evaluating that product, and based on that, different winners will be selected. First, we have proposed that we will be selecting the first prize and first prize winner, and we'll be awarding 1 crore rupees, Indian rupees, to the winner. The first runner will get 75 lakhs, and accordingly, second runner winner will be getting 50 lakhs of work. And just to encourage a maximum number of participants, we have basically kept the provision for encouraging the winners in different stages. The first stage, the ideation stage, we'll try to select 18 numbers of proposals, best 18 number of proposals, and will be awarding rupees 5 lakhs to each of the winners. And those winners, whenever they go to the product that prototype development stage, their prototypes will be evaluated, and they will be 8 will be given, and rupees 10 lakh each. That's the process we'll be adopting. And end of the basically competition, will be having at least 3 browsers, and we have kept the provision for supporting this browser for at least 3 years, so that a full-fledged commercial product comes out, and with Indian and CCA route was incorporating it. That's the process will be subject following. And we have basically, we would like to invite every stakeholder, every interested party to participate in the open challenge competition, so that it becomes actually in Indian browser with all the advanced features required. So I welcome everyone to come to participate in the process and make the process successful. We have a small presentation, and my colleague from CDAC, Mr. Balaji, Dr. Balaji will be presenting in that one. Please come. Yeah.
So thank you, sir. This challenge has been mooted by CCA and been supported by MEITI. It was officially launched on 9th of August, and we are almost close to a month exactly from tomorrow, of course, today. So the objective is to deliver an Indian web browser with indigenous trust store. So I'll just go up about it in the next few slides. Few indigenized requirements are also being required. One is basically the requirement of digital signing within the browser. So right now, the applications, especially the users of e-governance applications and the officials, are using crypto tokens and custom-made applications, or even popular applications like Microsoft Office, Adobe to digitally sign documents. But we want the feature to be built within the browsers. So where you don't have to leave the browser application and you will be able to digitally sign the documents within your browser. So that is objective. So we will be doing that enablement of digital signing within the browser. And of course, we would like to see this browser in various platforms and devices working. And we look forward for a safe and secure browsing experience for the younger generation, especially for children. So that was one of the objectives. You can visit our website where a lot list of desired features of the browser is given. Why Indian browser? Of course, this is being covered by sir, so I will not get into that. So here, let me go a little bit deep into it, whatever the features that we are looking at it, including protection of phishing and fraudulent website warning, parental controls, web filters, child-friendly browsing, and of course, support for the official Indian languages. So these are all required. The competition is already on, and we are in the ideation stage, which is, you can see here in the second this thing chunk. So ideation stage is the currently ongoing stage. And please, I like to use this forum to urge the members to quickly submit or give your intentions and claim it, because the ideation stage comes to close on 22nd of September 2023. So further to which the participation, only the people who have applied already would be able to move to the next stage. So if you have any desired interest to participate in this stage, please go ahead and do it today only. Okay. And of course, if you are selected, then there is a guidance also, which is available from a panel of reviewers and expert committees, expert members who will be guiding you to the next step process. And this challenge is open to all, including individuals, companies, organizations, MSMEs, limited liability partnerships, LLPs, etc. So it's spread over year, well spread over in year. So this is basically what you can do is you can create your profile as a team. If you want to participate as an individual, you have to come up with a group of 3, minimum of 3 people to 7 people, maximum 7 people. You just need to fill the profile. You can declare your team and you can fill the application form and things like that. So then the later processes will start from 30th, meaning the first results will be out by 30th of October 2023. So as you can see that the challenge has been open from 9th August to 22nd September 2023, where we are collecting your interest and you need to fill up the application form there. So as I sir was mentioned, ideation stage has 18 prizes with the 2 lakh for this thing. The winners from this stage will move to prototype and then to productization stage. So why we need a trust store? Basically, trust store is where all your certificates are kept there. So whenever you are typing HTTPS in your browser, which has a certificate behind it, that certificate is kept in a virtual, I can say, in a store, which we call as a store, trust store. That trust store is actually critical. So if, let us say, if a malicious certificate creeps into the trust store, then you have every possibility of being hacked or attacked or whatever it is. So it's very crucial and important to have a very safe and secure trust store. And this will enable the trust store actually has multiple sections, especially starting from the root certifying authority, intermediary certifying authority, and then the personal, and then the certifying authority. And then, of course, there are sections for personal. Personally, also, you can upload certain certificate to trust yourself. So that is also available in the browser. So there are, the certificates are actually chained together, and the trust chain can be established through the trust store. So what we would like to is, we would like to have the Indian root CS certificate inside the root certifying authority, meaning root certifying folder there within the trust store. That is number 1. And this can help, once that is done, this can actually help in preventing any man-in-the-middle attacks, protect you, give us the required authentication of our web services and things like that, and also can establish trust in transactions, provide global connectivity, and protection against phishing and other kind of attacks. So the validation process of the certificate will happen like this. Browser will verify the certificate's integrity. They verify the certificate validity and also checks the certificate revocation status, and it verifies the issuer. And then it also looks at various constraints which are there in the X.509 certificate template, and it will go through that and it will process based on that. So this is the sequence of steps which are there in the certificate validation process. So with this very brief note, I again urge you to look at the website iwbdc.in and then start applying immediately, so that you can meaning look at the desired features of the browser, and also we are also asking for Web3 features. We would like to support we like to have your browser support Web3 features, which can create the next generation of browsers. So that's what we are looking for. And if there are any queries, please feel free to reach us through iwbdc@cdac.in. There is also a way to reach us through WhatsApp. The link is also given, the numbers and everything is given in the website. Please feel free to do it. And please do it well before 22nd of September 2023, which is the cutoff date for the first ideation stage. And I wish you all the best. And if you can pass this information to your friends or colleagues from your industry or circles, please do that. And let us help build a browser for this country. Thank you.
Any question about the challenge?
Actually, we have happy to take any questions, any questions related to the process, basically product and product execution. So you can ask at this time, or we can discuss offline also, and to define modes of communications are available. We can be these to do these modes of communication also. So anytime. Any questions will be welcome, and we'll like to answer.
There is a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Everything is there in the basically website. You have to go through the website. The basically process of submission. Once your proposal is ready, you have to submit online. And minimum supporting documents are required. So you have to basically attach those documents along with your proposal.
Please click on the register button, and then you'll be guided through the process for registration, and then followed by login. And then the form will open up asking for the questions. So that's it.
So now I will request Professor Syam Sundar to our general chair for this conference to felicitate our speakers. Dr. Balaji. So with this, our first session ends. We will break for lunch now. The lunch will be from 1 to 2. After lunch, we have 2 invited talks, 4 paper presentations, and 1 panel discussion on challenges in adoption and implementation of post-quantum cryptography. So please be back at 2 o'clock. We will start. And please do visit the exhibition stalls while you are having the lunch. The lunch will be served on upstairs in Sigma Hall.
So as we
the Josh, they
Hello. So we'll start with our second session. So now we have another invited talk by Ms. G. Jyotsna, Joint Director, CDAC, Hyderabad. She will be talking about National Blockchain Framework. Ms. Jyotsna has received her MTech in Embedded Systems from Bharat University. She has 17 plus years of experience in the field cybersecurity. She is currently executing R&D projects in the area of blockchain. She has several national and international publications. Currently, she is involved in the design and development of National Blockchain Framework to provide blockchain as a service. Madam, over to you.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to everyone. Hope I'm audible. Am I audible, sir? Hello.
Yeah, you can share your presentation.
Yeah, one second. Sir, I'm not allowed to share the screen.
1 minute. Please try to share now, please.
Hope this is visible, sir.
Yes, it's visible in full screen, please.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope it's in full screen now. A very good afternoon to everyone. I'm Jyotsna. For the next half an hour, I'll be talking about National Blockchain Framework. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to present our work in this 4th International Conference on PKI 2023. So this will be the agenda. What is a blockchain? Hope everyone would be aware of a blockchain, but I would like to just give an one-liner intro about that. And then what are the possible blockchain application and implementations that happened in the government departments, followed by what is the strategy of MeitY for national blockchain, and what is the need for actually a national level framework for large scale adoption, and what we are currently doing in national blockchain framework. So if I'm talking about a blockchain, this is what we understand, which is a peer-to-peer network and enables multiple authoritative domains who do not trust each other, but they would like to cooperate, coordinate, and collaborate in a rational decision-making process, which is very important. And every node maintains a local copy of the database and they are identical. So what we understand is that there is no central point of failure, and every transaction, whatever we make on the blockchain network, is time-stamped and it is immutable. And there is a transparency whenever we are talking about the transactions, so that everyone will be able to understand what is happening at the background. And they're literally efficient, which are programmable, smart contract enabled programs, and it is even tamper evident. So finally, with all these features, it will be trying to build trust among the users or the participants who are not trusting each other. So indirectly, it tries to build up the trust. So till date, there are many blockchain application deployments happened by the team who is working in National Blockchain Framework. Out of that, from Hyderabad, we are involved in property chain, wherein we call it as a PRMS, Property Registration Management System. and we have received a Scotch Award for that. And this is also at the very nascent stage, we started implementing this PRMS, Property Record Management System, at Telangana as one of the pilot program. But looking at its potential further, it was even introduced or made an entry into the ISO T/R 3242 use cases document. So this is now one among the 22 use cases that is provided by this working group ISO TR. And recently we have even worked on a e-voting application in collaboration with ITNC department and SEC State Election Commission of Telangana State, for which we have received a technology about 2022 in the category blockchain. Like apart from CDAC, there are other CDAC centers working on domicile applications, which is deployed for the Jammu Kashmir people for giving us certificates, and document chain, property chain, and certificate chain, which is in live domains. They are being done by the NIC. So when we look at our experiences, whomsoever they are developing it across CDACs or any other organizations, they are developing their own applications, and it is happening in silos. So MITI has given a thought on that, and they have released a national blockchain strategy document in the year 2021 during December, with a vision to create trusted collaborative digital ecosystem. And apart from that, they want to even encourage research and development and innovation ideas with application development. What can be the value addition given by blockchain-based applications, and the facilitate state-of-the-art infrastructure and digital service delivery to citizens and businesses, so that we'll be in a way to make India a global leader in the area of blockchain. After releasing the strategy document, there were suggestions from many public consultants from many departments, as well as feedback and inputs were incorporated again into the National Blockchain Framework, so National Blockchain Strategy document. Based on these inputs from the national strategy per se, we were looking on to where we are exactly there in the era of blockchain. So previously, like assess the value proposition of a blockchain, people did not dare to touch and implement blockchain applications. But currently, most of the applications, whatever we develop, we could identify the problem statement. We could even evaluate and then tell that whether blockchain will be giving any value addition to any of the applications or not. And they started developing pilots and prototypes, showing it to the government agencies and to the citizens. And like they're able to prove that, yes, this is a good technology, which can be introduced for good governance also. And in the future, probably the area of work should be to adopt to other domains across different infrastructures and cross-domain applications. So this is where strong collaboration across all the stakeholders need to be included. With this plan, looking at the ecosystems, and we have thought about why there is a need for the national level framework for large-scale adoption. First thing, as I said, most of the applications are being developed in-house or by different states, and they're maintaining it as a silos. So no one will be able to talk to other applications until and unless you know that there is some application for this domain tackling this problem. So looking at that problem statement, the need was to have a geographically distributed national infrastructure so that everyone can start using that infrastructure and deploy those applications, which can run on multiple platforms also, like Ethereum, Hyperledger, collaborative projects like Fabric or Indy or Sawtooth, any other things. So when we are talking about multiple blockchain platforms to be enabled, then there should be a technology stack so that it will support onboarding of the applications very easily. We understand that whenever we talk about a blockchain application, it's very difficult to just set up the network across multiple VMs or across multiple servers and make that application live. So that was a major concern also. And it should be easily integratable with existing digital India services like namely eSign, ePraman, which gives more value addition to the applications as such. And if we want to have a value addition to the existing applications also, probably we shouldn't deviate much from the existing workflow, which is fairly accepted by the people, but give a value addition of the blockchain by keeping intact the data and everything. So then if we have multiple applications, could be any of the data that is there on blockchain application 1 should be utilized by blockchain application 2. Then there should be a scope of interoperability, how they talk to each other. And we understand that even in the public blockchains or in the private blockchains, the performance is a little low. Generally, we assume that it's a known fact that blockchain on a Bitcoin platform, for every 10 minutes, one block is created. And if I'm talking about permissioned blockchain, for every finality will be reached immediately, but the throughput was a constraint over there. So we have to increase the performance to really meet the requirements of the applications that are available and live to the public. And in line with that, we have to even enhance the security for sensitive information, and it should be enabled with privacy. Why? Because whenever we are talking about a centralized application, the data is at only one location. That can be taken care. They might be having certain rules and regulations, like who can see what data, what can be accessed by whom. But if I'm talking about a blockchain, now it is a distributed databases. One of the distributed databases wherein cryptographically linked with each other actually. So you should be more careful about the data now. And the major challenge, though we will be able to provide all these things, the challenge is skilled manpower. So the person who is working in one of the development of an application, he shouldn't feel like adding blockchain will be a hurdle for his application, but it should be easy going with him, such that he'll feel more confident now because it is backed by blockchain. With that idea in mind, this is the national blockchain framework that is proposed, wherein we have a geographically distributed blockchain nodes across India. And we do have multiple chains here, like a property chain, health chain, education, any other chains, whatever could be possible. And which are on the platforms, could be one on Fabric, one on Sawtooth, and could be any other platforms. And whenever we do want to have an interoperability, we can have interoperable protocols which support cross-chain transactions. And it should be able to improve the transactions and improve the scalability consensus supporting systems. And over and above that, as I said, the skilled manpower requirement is there for this. So it should be able to provide some templates to us, because smart contract is treated as the heart of the complete blockchain, which has the business logic. Whatever is your workflow, if you want to put forth with all the checks intact, and it should not be tampered by anyone, your smart contract is the one who is capable of doing that. So someone has to excel writing those smart contracts, at least get an intro about how to write a smart contract, etc. That is where it is planned, or it is giving some smart contract templates and some libraries over here in this layer. And over and above that, like we do have some digital identities for each of the user in the blockchain. He's identified by public-private key pairs. So for that, we require a CA. Generally, per platform, they offer their own CAs. which are self-signed or normal CAs. So we are looking forward to enhance that component so that it could be a pluggable CA across all platforms, wherein he can store the private keys and all those things in SSM and extended within HSM. And protocols for quantum Byzantine agreement is also one of the plan in that 5-year plan. Over and above that, whenever we talk about a blockchain, basic thing that we take care is the asset. Everything in a blockchain revolves around the asset. What is an asset? It could be a tangible or an intangible asset, anything it can be. Ownership changes on that asset, but exactly not the asset changes. So you have to be careful about dealing with the assets over there. And once we have taken care of all these components, functionality now is ready. We could deploy the network and then have the smart contracts here, and they're ready for our integration with the existing applications or a new application, anything. So now we are supposed to host this and then offer it as an APIs to the other applications. And so for this also directly, they cannot go into the production. They should have a staging environment, and before that, they should have a development environment. And if the applications are in a requirement of any of the e-sign, e-praman, or a proof of existence or a proof of storage requirements, these will be the value-added services provided by the platform again. And on top of all these things can be the applications. It could be related to education, governance, supply chain, PDS, health, voting, any other thing. So this was the plan. Finally, it is in line with the plan, and we are able to roll out version 1 of the National Blockchain Framework with the Hyperledger Fabric and Hyperledger Sawtooth as 2 platforms with a CA, and taking care of the privacy at the smart contract level with the ZKP protocols. Like when we are talking about distributed consensus, distributed infrastructure, smart contracts, there is a plethora of code available across the stack. So someone has to verify that programming, whether we are going in a right direction and what extra rules will be applicable for the blockchain especially. So all that is taken care by the security vertical across multiple layers, along with the VAPT modules for each of the specific tasks actually. So coming to the vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, all the blockchains are based on Docker, so containers based applications. So they have to understand the underlying Docker platform, and the rules are framed to have a better or a good Docker platform. Then moving on to the databases, whatever we are using, best practices for that, and any threats across that, the scanning of that complete modules are taken care by the VAPT. And smart contracts, whatever we are developing here and defining here, or a user can also install, deploy his own smart contract on these chains. In that case, audit of that smart contract should also happen, security audit. So for that, this vulnerability assessment and penetration testing along with security vertical are working together for giving such rules and utilities to check whether everything is intact or not. So for developing the complete platform, National Blockchain Framework, multiple organizations with a different mindset altogether are working to achieve this goal. CDAC is at the implementation side, looking at blockchain as a service and design patterns for smart contract layer, and providing this vulnerability assessment and penetration testing suits and everything. NIC is the backbone, which is trying to provide the complete infrastructure across across India. And SETS is working on the CA certifying authority along with HSM and SSM support. IDRBT and IIT and IIIT are working on the research challenges for enhancing the usage of blockchain as per the application requirements. When first thing that gets into mind is like, where is the infrastructure? How is it maintained? So this is on a hyper-converged infrastructure with the storage, compute, and network nodes. Over and above that, we have a virtualization layer and a lot of virtual machines for the workloads. And then comes the Docker, wherein this will be used by Fabric, Ethereum, or Sawtooth, any of the applications that are using. But for a production grade environment, we are relying on Kubernetes such that the container management becomes easy. And over all these things is the deployment architecture, wherein we are providing staging, development, and production environments. So this is a little about what are the configuration of each of the node at different places. And what NBF is focusing and what are the value additions. If you look around, we are providing a technology framework for faster and secure development of applications. As I said, if you're talking about a blockchain, it's very difficult to set up a network in a good amount of time, like 1 week or 10 days. Over that, we have to deploy the smart contracts and then integrate with the application. That's a long process altogether. So we are trying to give a rapid end-to-end prototyping and then followed by staging and production setups actually. We are offering basically blockchain as a service along with the infrastructure provisions. So the security ready components are independent security audit and BAPT across the whole stack as defined earlier. And the APIs are readily available to integrate with the existing government services like eSign and ePraman. And for the proof of storage purpose, wherein we are trying to store any of the documents. As blockchain per se, generally blockchain is used to store the metadata, not exactly the complete documents, whatever we are generating it. But in case, if you need some documents also have a value addition, then you're supposed to store the documents. But again, the same applies for the document storage also. There could be a single failure things, a single point of failure. To avoid that, we are taking care of that by having an interplanetary file system, which is again distributed and content addressable. It is not based on the file paths and all those things, but in fact, it is content addressable. So for onboarding applications, we are sensitizing government departments on BCT value additions and collaborating with government departments for use cases. This is going on as a part of Framework 1. We want to onboard minimum 5 to 6 applications so that the citizens can gain trust on the system. And addressing research challenges and contributing to the standards is also parallelly happening when we are developing this national blockchain framework. And infrastructure for prototyping and production, as I said, distributed across multiple data centers. And we can even look on extending this, whatever is the existing infrastructure, with the existing state data center, so that now every state can be a part of the blockchain network and one node can be there at one state with such architectures. So consensus and blockchain interoperability gateways are also planned across the applications that are developed on blockchain framework, like with the blockchain network 1 and blockchain network 2. How do they interact with each other? So that things are also taken care as a part of this. So coming to the applications that we have developed or developing right now. One is for the UIDAI, wherein we are trying to build one consent framework for them, which is being explored, the usage of that for extending it to the other applications. Second one is, we call it as Pramanik. So everyone is aware of mobile devices. They do have Android phones and most of the apps are also there. But every other day, we'll be even keep on listening about the fake apps. we really don't know what is genuine and what is not genuine. Though there is a Google Play Store which talks about play, protect, and everything, but still the fake applications are there in the Play Store. They're weeding it out, taking their own time with the target of few applications in 1 month or something like that. But now what we planned is, if I am a developer of a particular application, then you can onboard onto one of our platform called Pramanik, one of the application, wherein you can record your application details, and through one of the app that we have already available in the Play Store called mKavach 2. Through this, you'll be able to identify whether any of the app, if I'm recording my app, say Bank One as an application, if Bank One is there as in the other's phone, the user's phone, then it will be shown as source verified. So this will be helpful to make sure that my application is from a known source, and the onboarding onto Pramanik will also follow certain rules, like who can be onboarded, will be verifying their authenticity and then onboarding it. So it means whatever comes onto Pramanik will be an authenticated source only. So this is what is the little architecture plan about. So on the right-hand side, we have a national blockchain framework using which the BAS of that component, BAS component of national blockchain framework, will be spawning one chain called source verified mobile apps ledger. And we have a smart contract over that, which will be even exposing those APIs in two ways. One is for all the banks or app owners to record their applications onto the blockchain. Once they record it, if as a user, if I have mKavach 2 app on my mobile, then it will query the blockchain and check whether all the applications are source verified or not. So this is the exact flow of the application. And this is and the other applications, what we are currently doing is it with one for the National Police Academy, trying to completely onboard them onto the digital certificate system. And there are other applications from NIC and CDAC Mumbai also. So this is from my side on National Blockchain Framework. If you have any queries, or if you are interested to be a part of a Pramanik, or if you have an idea of a particular application, and if you want to evaluate whether it is really blockchain adoptable or not, then please get in contact with me. My email ID is mentioned there, gjotsna@cdac.in. Thank you. If you have any queries, we will take it up for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so then thank you, ma'am. Thank you for inviting talk about National Blockchain Framework and the applications. In fact, I saw the application Pramanik, and some 2 years back, I also had developed one blockchain-based digital certificate store, which was named as Pramanik. In fact, it is still live. And I have a paper also on that.
Okay, great, sir.
Okay, so next we'll move on to our first paper presentation session. For this session, everybody, there are 4 papers. Each paper will be given 10 minutes of time for presentation and 5 minutes for question answer. So for this session, we have Sri Deepak Kumar from Office of Controller of Certifying Authorities. He will be chairing the session. Sir, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. So I welcome all of you who has joined here and through the online mode also. So from today's morning, we are listening the invited talks, and we had talks on the use of PKI, Indian web browser, and national blockchain framework. So now it is the time to have that we should listen to the innovations that are made in the area of digital signatures and IoT. So we will have the paper presentations. In this session, 4 papers will be presented, and the first paper is lightweight certificate less digital signature scheme for WSNs, and the speaker is Ritik Murli. So I request Mr. Ritik Murli to present the paper. Mr. Murli.
Good afternoon, everyone. So myself, Ritik, and I'm from NIT Trichy. And my teammate who worked on this topic along beside me is Vivek. And so our research topic is lightweight certificateless digital signature scheme for wireless sensor network. Yeah, so in this current technological era, a lot of smart objects have been emerged. So like wireless sensor networks deployed everywhere in the environment to collect data regarding the surroundings and everything. So how do we ensure the security of them when they're connected to the public network? Well, that's where cryptography comes in. So encryption and digital signatures ensure authentication, integrity, and confidentiality. For example, let's take most frequently used terms in cryptography: private keys and public keys. So these are the keys that are mathematically derived, so that like if the message is encrypted with one key, only the counterpart could be able to decrypt it, right? And this is an example of how do we ensure the digital signature. It's a process for digital signature. Like if a sender wants to send a message, alongside the message they append the signed message digest, so that that message digest is actually encrypted with the sender's private key. Okay, the private key is not known anywhere, only the sender will know about it. And in the receiver, they use the sender's public key to decrypt the signed hash message, and then they also find the digest of the received message. If they compare and the message is equal, then we know that the message has not been tampered, and we know the authenticity. Like it came from the sender only. Nobody has been impersonating that, because we use the sender's public key. So this whole system is involved in asymmetric encryption, and there is also symmetric encryption, in which while encrypting and decrypting we use both the we use the same key. One of the problems in the symmetric encryption is the key sharing. We do not know, like if we want to share the key, it would be difficult without others in the network knowing about it, right? So little background about elliptic curve cryptography. It is also a method of cryptography in which the keys are the coordinates of the elliptic curve. So why have we used ECC in our work? So our work is involved with wireless sensor networks. So when you think about it, they are lightweight. They need less resources and less computational power, right? So ECC could achieve 160, ECC could achieve the security of what RSA could achieve in 1024-bit key length in just 160 bits. So obviously, if we could achieve the same security in smaller number of bits, that makes it lightweight. Why not go with it? So this is a general equation of elliptic curve, and I'll show you I'll just tell you about an example of key sharing using elliptic curve, just to get clear with it. So there are two persons, Alice and Bob. Alice wants to their goal is to achieve, derive at the same shared key without others not knowing about it. So Alice sends her public key QA to Bob, and Bob sends his public key QB to Alice. Now what they do is they multiply their the received key along with their respective private keys, and we arrive at D8, the shared key. Okay. Now let's say a man in the middle acquires QB, and let's say he knows the curve. So the generator point is fixed for a curve, right? So if I know QB and if I know G, why can't I obtain DB? That is where the ECDLP problem, elliptic curve discrete logarithmic problem comes in. So it is nearly impossible to find DB provided QB and G. The only way is brute force, and that will take really long time. So coming to our topic, what is the existing problem? So we are in the existing traditional scheme, they use certificates for authentication, which is really resource computational, like they are expensive, and it requires more resources in general. Okay. And then they move on to ID based cryptography. So in this, there exists a third party which is called PKG, public key generator. They distribute private and public keys to each nodes in the network. Again, there is a problem in this that is called key escrow problem. This is basically nothing but a single point of failure. If the PKG, that is the third party, is compromised, the whole system will be compromised. So we move on to the improvised version of that is certificateless signature scheme. In addition to the existing ID-based cryptography, each node in the network generates its own partial private and public keys. So that like even if one key is compromised, like together of user generated and third party generated forms a key. So we need both keys to be, to compromise a node. And if you are not careful with this proper algorithm, if the algorithm is weak, then it is vulnerable against security attacks. So our goal here is to develop a digital signature scheme that is lightweight and requires less sign time and verify time. In doing so, we should not compromise the security provided. Like we should have fast like sign and verification time, but at the same time it should have the same amount of security. So this is the system model. There are three different entities: KGC, signer node, and verifier node. So each node in the network sends its unique ID to the KGC, and in return, they get a value called D. Then the signer node follows these steps to generate a signature, and that signature is sent to the verifier. Now, what verifier needs to do is, verifier needs to follow this verification equation, and if the left hand side is equal to the right hand side, then the verification is success, and we are like the signer node is authenticated. So in this, if we compare the results, if you could see the sign time, there's not much of a change, right? Because we can't reduce it anymore further. That is the least possible. If you see the sign time operation, the minimum operation is TSM. Like SM implies scalar multiplication, each operation. So we can't drill down further into this reducing it. But if you see the verification time, we can reduce it further, and our proposed algorithm is fastest among the existing CLS schemes. But if you see the CLS scheme that is existing prior to our proposed algorithm, Tambu Retals, that is that is also fastest, but if you see their security, they are insecure against type 1 attacks. But our algorithm is also secure against both attacks. At the same time, if you see the basic mathematical operations is also equal to thumb returns. So what we conclude is using ECC to make the system lightweight is helpful. And then our proposed scheme is 28% faster than existing CLS schemes. Not to mention the security is also it's secure against several adversary attacks. And in future, we intend to perform this scheme in real life WSNs, like and then measure the energy and yeah. Thank you. Any questions? Sorry? Yeah, so the algorithm is written like it is a modified. See, if you see there, the final signing algorithm is the last one, where V is equal to X inverse D plus H2 into U mod Q, that is. And in order to derive that, these are the operations performed. Like one randomly chosen variable is taken, and then the input from KGC also taken. So if you see this, how do you point the list? Okay, thank you. You see this? This is the time. That is the operation of scale and multiplication, where P is the coordinates of the elliptic curve, and the small x is a randomly chosen value. Yes, sir. 3. Yeah, sure. So basically we reduce one hash operation. So in the verification, like that is, yeah. So this is one scalar multiplication, and then this is one scalar multiplication, and this is one scalar multiplication. So we took 3 scalar multiplications, but in one of the previous algorithms, there will be another hash function, like there is a plus another term. So we remove that scalar multiplication. Yes. No, not just the last term, and the algorithm itself is different. So if you reduce the hash function, you have to change the entire algorithm, because other variables are also dependent on the hash function. Yeah, we don't use certificates, but yeah, we use the keys, right? Like if the verification is successful in, like, if whatever I compute from the network, the public parameters provided, and whatever you send matches, then what's wrong in that? Like, it's mathematically proven, so it will be difficult to impersonate that. Yes. Yeah, so this KGC sends partial private keys for each nodes in the network. Okay. I get it. Yeah, but if we do that again, we are just increasing the resources on them, right? Like it's okay. Okay, sure. I will look up on them as well. Sorry, sir. Huh. Huh. Yes. Okay. Yeah, sure. Anything else? This is my first presentation, so I'm a little nervous. Yeah. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murli, for the wonderful presentation. I think that you have given good inputs and it will motivates the audience here, and they will think about it and make a better solution. So now next paper is an ECC-based anonymous authentication protocol for IoT. That will be presented by Appala Naidu Tentu and his team. Thank you.
For the presentation. Presentation. Is it open? Yeah. Can I start? It's not moving.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Appal Naidu. I'm from CRM Institute, Hyderabad, and my co-author is Mrs. Renuka from IDEA RBT, Hyderabad. So I present my joint work on ECC-based common authentication protocol for IoT networks. So this is my flow of my presentation. Consists of the introduction, IoT security, and the architecture, and then the ECC cryptography with the curve selection, and our proposed proposal protocol, and then the comparative analysis with the existing methods. So yes, all of us know that because of the advances in wireless communication and information technologies, we have a rapid growth in this development of the IoT, and this all the IoT devices that share the data through network between the sensor nodes to the gateway, and from there to the fog computing and going to the cloud servers. So because of this complex networks, and because of the rapid number of the devices are increasing, so there is a major challenging is the authentication is the major challenging task. So there are several attacks already been identified, and then majorly the traceability attack, and also man-in-the-middle attack, and replay attack is the major one is playing role. So coming to this, if you see this architecture, the IoT security architecture, we required like previous presenter mentioned, there are three security aspects: confidentiality, authentication, integrity is important. So our the motivation is to design a secure authentication based solution for IoT by using ECC and the YASH based functions. And then our proposal also will ensure the confidentiality of the identity by revealing the like without revealing any information about the device and except the server. So anyway, I'm not going to cover about this ECC curve because the importance of the ECC already is covered. So, but what kind of the selection criteria for ECC curves? Actually, why we are going towards this, particularly for the IoT authentication and then later key exchange. Okay, so because of the smaller key sizes, because the ECC keys are much shorter than the RSA and DSA keys of equivalent strength. And then because of that, ECC algorithms are faster, because we require, particularly in IoT environment, because of the low power, less memory. So we require a lightweight, less computational functions. So ECC provides that, right? That's why we select either curves like from whatever the NIST curves, given 160 or else we actually for our implementation we have selected the PE256 curve. So coming to our system model, if you see the system model is we have considered the IoT environment scenario consists of the communication parties, one is the server and the IoT device trying to communicate with the authentication through authentication, particularly with authentication in the network. The model which we have considered both passive and then active adversary model, where there is well-defined the capabilities of this Delove and AIOS model in the IoT network, and having the access of the communication in the network. So here the server having the enough resources is responsible for allowing the genuine device for communication. And if user wants to communicate with the server, it must pass through the authentication process, right? So here the yes sends the challenge message to the IoT device, then it is authenticated by the server, and later generate the session key, okay, between these two. So now I'm going to explain about our protocol having three phases. One is registration, second is login, and third one is authentication phase, followed by the session key agreement. So coming to the registration phase, here the server and device, interactively they share some information. Initially in the registration phase, a server generates randomly is a session, sorry, a secret key, and then calculate the curve point, that is GS equal to NS into G, later the device, because we want to also assume, means also assure the identity of the device not to be shared with the other parties and accept the server. So server itself means himself will calculate the own ID. So that is IDI with the fixed ID plus some random number, that is RI into DI, and sends that ID to the server. Okay. So because some of the existing algorithms also, because they are not able to provide this what you call anonymous of this device, so we could able to provide by this, and then later the server receives that ID, and then it chooses some random number for each ID, and then compute the RD value, and then finally stores all the values and accept that GS, it will send all other three values to the device. So now this is the registration phase. Secondly, the login phase, where here the device would like to log in means with the ID. It sends the ID to the server. Then the server means that retrieves the corresponding details of the particular ID. That is ND and RD values, and then randomly chooses the value N1 and compute the R1, which is again curve point. So that is R1 equal to N1 into G, and also it computes R1 dash. So that is NS into R1. So this R1 dash is going to be given to the each device. Now here, now the authentication process. If you see here, generally most of the existing algorithms, they provide the authentication at the server side, but in our case, we provide the authentication again at the like both sides. Server also will authenticate, also the each IoT device also will authenticate with the server. So first we'll see the IoT device authentication. So the device DI randomly generates N2 and computes the R2 value curve point. Again, compute the R3. And also computes the R4 value. So finally, it will also compute the authentication parameters, that is the V, which is the hash of the R3 plus R4, and it is going to send this value to the server S. So the V and R2 value is going to be shared with the server. Now the server is going to authenticate the device with these parameters. So the V dash is calculated, that the hash of N1, NS, and then R2 plus ND plus R2. So finally, if it matches, then if V and V, so V it has both matches, then the authentication is successful. Once if it is done, then again server calculates some values to share with the device for again, because the server also and has to finally they also have to prove themselves, so they will verify with these values. So initially the authentication, once if it is done at the server side, now the device side, the server is going to share the following information, like that is V1 and R5 values to the each device. So if each device again, if you see the step number 18 to again 20, again V1 dash will be calculated with the hash of ND into R5, because there is a verification proof also given in the next slides. So if V1 equal to V1 dash, then the authentication is successful at the device side. So once if these two are done, anyway, the session key is being calculated at the step number 13 at server side, and at the step number 21 at the device side. If the authentication is successful, automatically the session key is being also verified at the both ends. So this is the server side verification proof, mathematical proof is given. So where V equal to V dash, and then for the device side verification also is being given here. And then once if these two are verified, and then the session key is agreed among these two parties, server and then the IoT device. So we have implemented, and then we also did a security analysis by using IVESPA tool, which is automated verification tool for the internet protocols. So our protocol, if you see that with existing methods, the method and the corresponding the functions used in the design, that is ECC. First one is the ECC base, second one is the ECC plus hash, and ours also based on the ECC plus hash. So we could able to like means my proposal, the proposed algorithm is against to the standard attacks which we mentioned here. So man in the middle, reply attacks, and then impersonation attack, and message integrity attack, and then also that traceability attack. So so this way we can say that the proposed method is more secure than the existing the five or six methods which were mentioned above. So coming to the conclusion, so yeah, as I mentioned, that ECC-based authentication is considered for a protocol. This because of the less computations, so people try to use these functions for a design of any authentication algorithms, and probably until the post-quantum the signatures are as key exchange, people are trying to use this ECC-based functions for the authentication. So we would like to propose a new lightweight authenticated key agreement protocols. So this is our future plan. So any questions? So these are the references. Thank you. Yes.
Questions? Any questions? If you don't have any questions, then we can move to the next paper.
Thank you.
And thank you very much, Dr. Apala, for the wonderful presentation over that ECC-based anonymous authentication protocol over for IoT devices. So the next presentation is on hash-based digital signatures, a tutorial review. The presentation will be delivered by Mr. Anand Mohan Pemaraju. Please.
So good afternoon. So I will be dealing with hash-based digital signatures. You know, how my interest has stemmed is because post-quantum cryptography has come. So existing signatures, you know, using RSA and ECC, ECDSA, you know, may be ineffective after maybe 5 or 6 years, you know. So that's why, you know, we are ready. We should be ready for post-quantum signature. So NIST has called for competition, and finally, you know, I will advance it. Finally, they have selected one algorithm for something known as KEM, that is key encapsulation module, and 3 for signatures. So 2 are based on one problem, mathematical difficult problem known as ring learning with errors, and the other one is based on hash-based digital signature. So I will be dealing with this now. Next one. So here, you know, it actually this is a very old idea that was presented, you know, around maybe some 50 years ago by one person known as Lamport. So what I told you is, suppose, you know, you want to sign a message, that is 256-bit message, you know, that message is a hash of something else. Suppose you want to sign, what you told is select 512 random numbers, that 256-bit random numbers. So, you know, I have shown you first top line, you know, 256 random numbers, and then bottom line another 250 random numbers. Now, you know, suppose your message is 0110, something like that. If bit is 0, you select it from this top one. If the bit is 1, you select from the bottom one. So that means, you know, what you are doing is you are collecting 256 bit words, one from top, one from bottom, depending on whether it is 1 or 0. So that is a signature now. Now that means, you know, your signature unfortunately is very large now, because it is 256 into 32 bytes. So that is very large. Okay, and your storage also is large. So next, you know, what happened was, there is an intelligent fellow by the name of internet. So the internet has totally revolutionized the complete hash-based digital signatures. What he told is, instead of taking 1 bit, why don't you take some log W bits? That, you know, suppose W is 16, I will take 4 bits. That means the hash, I will take 4 bits at a time, and then I will do some operation, like suppose that my word is say 3. I will, you know, hash the word 3 times. And then like that, depending on that 3-bit word or 4-bit word, I can hash it as many number of times as possible. So that hashed one I will send it. Whereas, the public key generation, what we do is, we hash it to the full speech. So suppose W is, I told you 16, I have to hash 16 times and that I will store. So public key is 16 times hashed version of all your this 64 private keys. But unfortunately, fortunately, the hash is not reversible. So that's why they thought it is secure. But as many of us are aware, some of these software like PDF and all, they use something on hash change. That means 1 lakh times, people hash. So maybe, you have some knowledge of that, that can be perhaps broken. So that's why what they have introduced is, instead of directly hashing, why don't you just in between do some operation? That I think is the next slide. In addition, what you have to do, suppose somebody wants to forward the message now. He has recorded your one signature. Now what he can do is, he knows maybe this some repeated hashing of that may lead to some other signature. So that's why what we do is, we introduce one checksum also. So that means, if there are this, suppose 64 256-bit word, I have taken W16. That means 64 words are there. So the 64 words are L1. Then I will calculate something known as inverted checksum. That means that value I will take, complement of that with reference to 15 I take and add all of them, and that will form another few bytes. So for example, for this case, this I have given example of W2 N256. Originally you have 128 this log W bit words. Additionally, we are getting 5 bits. So 133 bit words are there. So now the advantage is, if somebody wants to tamper with your this message, what happens, signature, then what happens is this checksum will change. That is because that is also encrypted and sent. So that will change. So because of that, we can know that some forgery has occurred. So this was one of the pioneering ideas of internet. Then this actually, is the operation done. That means it is not just repeated hashing. You have to add some randomness to that. So this randomness, you have to periodically generate using this, that is, using something known as some temporary information also. That is, at what step you are doing, something like that. Because, this some receiver should know where, what random number is generated, how. So this random number is generated based on other fields like public seed and one-time signature and address. That is what we call address. So now this is supposed to be secure. That means it is not continuous hashing of a word, but in between we are doing some operations now. But because this overhead comes, suppose I want to hash it, this let us say 16 times, I have to do extra generation of 32 random, this PRF means pseudo random function. 32 times I have to invoke that. Then I have to get that exclusive one, and then only I can hash. So that means this definitely has to overhead, but it has to this security. So now, this unfortunately, this is called one-time signature. One-time signature means, suppose, only one message I can send using one public key and private key that is generated. But now, the practically of not much use, because I want to send, let us say, some number of messages. So that's why, what they have done is, they say we should use a Merkle tree. Merkle tree, many of you must be familiar in some of the applications like blockchain and all that. So here what we do is, this we can build some top one Merkle tree. So Merkle tree, what happens is, I need not verify all the public keys. I only verify the root. But I should tell the authentication path from the starting point to this one. So for that, what we need is, we have to, for example, suppose this is my selected point. How to go there? I should say, please go. Take this. If I take this, I go there. Then I will say take this. Then I go there. So that means you should know that path. There are many efficient algorithms for computing this authentication path. So that means, what receiver I have to send is signature of the message plus authentication path. So this is what the signal. But this again, is troublesome because this, once you hash this, in this first layer, here, this layer, for example, 15, I told 67 chains will be there. That is, these are all the chains. parallel plane circle. Now, if that means this word will be 67 into 32 bits. Okay, 67 into n bytes. So now that to handle any hashing in the upper layers is very difficult. So that's why this particular standard known as XMSs, this RFC. So there they have told use one compression tree known as L tree. So this L tree, what it does is that is before that will do one more tree. This tree will take those big words and compress all to just n bytes. That is n number of 32 bytes. So this is how this XMS, but unfortunately application is limited because it is again, even though number of users can send number of messages, each one message, but still, this is supposed to be not very advantageous. So that's why, today, another contemporary of this has come, known as LMS, that is Leighton-Michaeli scheme. The Leighton-Michaeli scheme also more or less similar. Only thing is, you will not have this compression. Instead, what is this? Take all those 67 bytes, so many in internet, internet chains, and then you can hash all of them together. Then also you get N32 bytes. So that way this is LMS. Okay. But again, same thing is OTS. So next generation, now we have come to post-quantum signature known as strings. So these are all the operations I was mentioning. That means everywhere you have to generate this. It is not combining two means. Normally, what we think is we pad those two and then we hash. But it's not like that. Before padding, you have to actually mix it with some exclusive or with some two random generated numbers, and that you have to do. Okay, so this is the overhead for that. But next, strings is the latest one. So the very expansion of strings is stateless, practical, hash-based, incredibly nice. Of course, any other can say all those things, but it is really so. But a lot of disadvantages also are there. So now, this is practical, stateless. Stateless means, earlier one what I have seen is, if I know I have used this, suppose XMS you see, if I know I have already used this, I cannot use. I have to remember. I have used that first page. Then I have to go to second page. That is what I mean by stateful. So now the strings, the beauty is it is stateless. That means you need not bother about what you have done before. Okay, so this one is I will just show you. Here you see very complicated in the sense that he uses in the bottom layer something known as a horse tree, forest of random sets, and afterwards you just watch chain and watch that top layer, Merkle tree. Then like this, there are so many trees. For example, the height of the tree is known as H, and there are D layers there. So that means massive computation you have to do. But the beauty here is the root it takes to the top. Root means ROUT, root. It takes to the root of this tree is completely random. That means, that is only decided by the message, and then that's why what he calls it as verifiable, this one. But beauty is this public key size is very small. It's just hardly from 54 bytes, So that means this is outgrowth of the previous ones, which were only this one-time message system. So here you can see this security parameter is that number of bytes, and then height of the tree, then number of layers, and all layers are similar, and then number of trees in forest. Forest is forest of random sets. I will just show you one slide where what it does is, you see, this is known as forest of random sets. So here, what you do is, suppose I have this some operations are there. Suppose some message finally you get. That message, will select one of the elements here, because this is actually this KT number of n byte. There are k such blocks. Each is having T n byte one. T is very large. T is 2 power D. Okay. So that means this what you are selecting here is decided totally by your. There is one formula. Now you see here what it says is, suppose your message is. I have got an example here, K6A3. You got 18-bit word, let us say. first one is 3 bits or 100. I will say you select this. So from here Merkle tree I have to define. So I go to the true. So second one is 2. So that means this is 0, 1, 2. So third one is 3. So that means here each of these k trees and k roots I have to define. Automatically that will define. So that will decide what are all these individual roots here, and these are hashed together. So this is very complicated, because everywhere number of layers you have increased, so number of roots have increased, and here number of k itself is large. That is, in the actual thick scenario, it will be 12 or something. So that means the key size has become extraordinarily large. And there is this methodology, this is finally, he gives you some simple and fast implementation. Simple means that chaining function I have shown you, random numbers are not exclusive order. So that is simple. That means security level is low. F means it is very robust. So this one, he has given various parameters are there, and depending on your NIST security level, this 1 to 5 they have defined. Okay, so fifth one you see very large signature size. So 49 kilobytes is there. Okay, signature size. But one point I would like to tell, maybe this is the last one. CA designers. Now this is all signature size is very large, and the security level is 5. Already I have told. Now you see NIST final statement is this. If NIST, confidence in better performing signature algorithms is shaken by new analysis, things could provide an immediately available algorithm for standardization. The reason is, you see, there is an isogeny based key exchange suggested in post-quantum computation, and now it has withdrawn. 2 rounds it was there. The reason is somebody has found an attack, because human brain is great, some invention may be there to say, now tomorrow this also may not be there. Now the whole thing is based on security of SHA. SHA-3 or shake or SHA-2. Suppose somebody this finds a collision for SHA-3 tomorrow, then what we should not say think the whole thing. So what we have done, that is why strings is the framework. Tomorrow if new hash algorithm comes, I can simply substitute that hash algorithm in this. Okay, but the price you have to pay is this signature size is very large. So now what one point I want to tell you, this CS should have better, that is more key size than the users. For example, RSA you can say 2048 bit key, it should be there for this CA, and 1024 they allow for the public. Similarly here, maybe level 5 we have to use for CA, and maybe level 3 you should use for the common. So these are all the decisions that have to be taken. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Anand Mohan, Prema Raju sir. The presentation delivered by Dr. Anand Mohan was very much useful to all of us. In that he has elaborated about hash-based digital signatures. So our next speaker is Miss Uma Devi, and she will be presented paper on cryptography validation of lightweight block keepers, ciphers, and hash functions. Miss Uma Devi.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to present about the cryptographic validation of lightweight block ciphers and hash functions. So introduction. So what is lightweight cryptography? So these are the algorithms specially designed for resource constraint devices, like IoT devices. Here in this algorithm, latency and power consumption plays very important role in the design of these algorithms. So here, lightweight block shippers, I'm going to explain different modes of operation and validation tests for lightweight block shippers. And lightweight hash functions also consist of different modes of operation and validation tests. I'm going to explain in the next slides. So for this presentation, we have generated test vector generation model. We have designed a test vector generation model for different lightweight cryptographic block shippers and hash functions. So case study for block shipper is taken as a CLEFIA, and case study for hash function is taken as a Spongent here. So next will be the conclusion. So lightweight cryptographic hash function comes with different block size and key sizes. Actually, different key sizes depicts the security strength. So ISO documented 29192 specified different block shippers, namely present and CLEFIA. Present is a 64-bit symmetric block shipper, which consists of a different version depending upon the key sizes it uses. So different versions are present 80 and 128. So for CLEFIA is also symmetric block shipper, but block size is 128-bit. It also consists of different versions depending upon the key sizes it uses, like 128-bit, 192, and 256 bits. So again, the same ISO standard specifies with version 5 specify different hash functions, lightweight cryptographic hash functions, namely photon, Spongent, and Lesamenta. So T represent the versions for that particular hash functions. So for this presentation, I have I'm taking Spongent as a case study here. So it consists of different versions depending upon the message types it outputs. The lengths are like 80-bit, 128, 160, 224, and 256 bits. So here comes test vector generation for lightweight cryptographic block shippers. So here standard 18368. It is a standard which gives a guidelines for implementation for guidelines for cryptographic algorithm and security mechanisms for conformance testing. So this conformance testing assures that implementation is correct irrespective of the platform it is used for. So this standard specifies different modes of operations for block shippers like ECB mode, CBC, CFV, OFV, and counter mode. Also, it specifies different validation tests like CAT known answer test. CAT known answer test also contain different. Again, it has subdivisions like variable plain text, variable key, S box, and multi-message test. Monte Carlo test. Here, CAT actually, why we are using this validation test is that it tests a different component of the algorithm design, like it tests for a substitution table and permutation table, like that. So importance of this, importance of a multi-message test is to test the ability of the implementation to process the multi-message blocks, which may require chain process from one block to the another block. And here comes with the Monte Carlo test. This is an important test, which tests the implementation correctness, which cannot be tested by CAT or either MMT. Like flaws in the implementation, like maybe with memory leak or bound checking, that will be helpful to test with the Monte Carlo. So this is a generic equations of the block shippers. used for both encryption and decryption. So this is a generic equation we can use for if the this applies for multi-block inputs. So this is a generic equation. We can follow this procedure for implementing different modes of operation. So for test vector generation model, we have used different files, and maybe these are the important files we are generating from the test vector generation model, like request file acts as an input for the implementation under test, and facts or response file. Actually, facts response are the files generated from the IoT taking the request file as an input, and these facts files are kept as a reference file in the lab, in the testing lab, whereas the response files are the files generated from the vendor side, which can be used as which is used for validating purpose. So this is the general flow chart for variable plain text validation test. This is one of the CAT tests. So depending upon the mode selected, so generally depending on the mode, we will have different inputs, like taking an example as a ECB mode. ECB mode consists of input like variable plain text key as an input. If you take as a CBC, CFB, or OFB, it consists of IV key plain text as an input. Whereas a counter mode consists of a counter value, key, and a plain text as an input. Depending upon the mode selected, the input values will be fed to the block shifter, which encrypt along with using the key and generate the output cipher text as an output. So this procedure will be continued depending upon the block size. For the it consists of the count equivalent to the block size. Like suppose if the block shifter selected consists of block length 64-bit, the test consists of 64 test vectors like that. So this procedure will for the next test vector, for variable as a name depicts for variable text, the plain text will be varied for the next test vector. That is the initial plain text will be shifted by 1 bit for the next round of test vector. This is the importance of variable plain text. So here the variable plain text will be varied, and rest of the input will be constant for rest of the test vectors. So variable key CAT test. Here, as name depicts, the key is varied, and other input for the vector for the block shifter will be kept constant. So depending upon the mode selected, the input will be fed to the block shifter. So yes, block shifter will generate a cipher text. For the next iteration, the key will be shifted by 1. If the mode is selected is counter, so counter will be incremented for the next iteration. So updated key will be fed to the block shifter, and the block shifter will generate the cipher text as an output. So here comes the S-box validation test. So importance of S-box validation test is that it demonstrated that all the entries of the S-box are used in processing this test vectors. Actually, here different block shifters consist of different size of S-box. Suppose if the block shifter is 64-bit, S-box consists of 16 entries. So we have 16 test vectors in the request and response files. And if the block shifter is 128, so S-box consists of 250 entries. So we have taken 256 test vectors. So here comes multicolor. This is an important validation test, and it is also a bit complicated. So it consists of two loops. One is inner loop and outer loop. Inner loop consists of consists of 100 iteration, whereas outer loop consists of 10,000 iterations. Once the here actually once the iteration iteration complete, the input to the next outer iteration will be affected as per this situation. So again, for the next output iteration, the input value for the block shifter will be affected as per this equation. So totally in this model color, we will have 10,000 into 100 test vectors in request and response file. Actually, in Monte Carlo, request file consists of only one set of equation, one set of test vector. In the response file, we will have 10,000 into 100 test vectors. So the successive actually test vector for the successive will depend upon the previous input of the test vectors. So this is a case study for CLEFIA for this is a command line used for test vector generation model. So here the advantage here is that we can either generate the test vector from the test vector. We can generate the response files, or we can take the third-party available request files and generate a response file. So we can both either we can generate our own test vectors, and we can also validate the third-party request file and generate response files. So for the test vector generation model consists of different folders for request and response files. So under each request file, we will have different folders depending upon the versions, different versions, like CLEFIA 128, 192, 132, different folders are kept for different versions, and each version consists of a different modes of operation. Depending on the modes of operation, if CBC is taken as an example, it consists of a different validation test. This is for the request file generation, and similarly response generation consists of different folder, different file structures. This is an so here the CFP mode consists of different different subdivisions like CFP1, CFP8, CFP128, depending upon the block sizes of that shifter. So this is how I have tested the for the test vector generation. So I've taken individual modes and again individual test vectors has been tested and verified with the generated response file. Cross verification can be done by feeding the inputs initially. This is a test. Yes. So yeah, this is. So 18 ISO document 18367 specify different modes of operation and validation tests for hash functions like short message bit oriented, short message byte oriented, long message bit and byte oriented multicolor test. So depending upon the validation test and modes of operation, message input will be like for short message 10. Depending upon the message sizes will vary depending upon the modes of operation and validation test selected here. So this is a case study has been taken for sponge here. So if the if selected depending upon the version of this sponge selected, we will generate the request file. So it again depends upon which mode and which validation test is considered. So again, once the request file has been generated, response file is generated depending upon the modes of operation validation test for the hash function. So this is a generic block diagram used in the test vector generation model. So block shifter, we will have request and response files for both. Actually, request file consists of both the encryption and decryption part in a single file. So here we have request and response file in a single file. So hash function, this is a generic block diagram used for the hash function. So it consists of header, message length, and the message in the request file, and the response file consists of a header, length of the message and message along with the message text. So this is the conclusion. So advantage of test vector generation model is that we can test or generate can be used. So this model can be used or extended for any known known algorithm for generating the test vector for any known or approved algorithm. And another advantage of this model is that we can have extra test vector apart from the other official available test vectors, which gives extra confidence in validating the cryptographic algorithm or the model in which can be used as a reference test vectors in CST labs. And the library of this tool has been is checked by using some of the available online tools. Thank you. Any questions? Any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Miss Uma Devi. So with this we come to end of this session, and all the 4 presentations given by the speakers were very much useful. And I personally congratulate all the speakers for giving such a such a good presentations over this platform and sharing their knowledge with all of us. And we all are benefited with the presentations given by the speakers. And I feel that these presentations and the knowledge we gain through these presentations will be very much helpful for realizing real world applications. And I am thankful to CDAC for giving me the opportunity to be here. And I am thankful to all of you for your patient listening. Thank you very much.
I will request Dr. KK Sondar Pandian, sir, to felicitate our session chair, Sri Deepak Kumar. Okay, so we'll break for tea. And after tea, we have one invited talk by Mr. Gil Fayad, advisor IEEE Standards Association on cybersecurity and AI ethics. And last but not the least, we have a panel discussion on challenges in adoption and implementation of PQC cryptography. So join us for currently for the tea and then for the talk and panel discussion. Please do visit the stalls during the tea break.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I will start this presentation then now. It's a great honor to be invited to the PKI India conference and to be allowed to present basically a perspective on the intersection of cybersecurity in a digital public infrastructure context and AI ethics. My name is Gilles Fayad. I basically spent my whole career developing new products and services in emerging technologies, mostly in Fortune 100 US companies. And my experience spans multiple of these technologies, but I have been involved in cybersecurity, both at the level of hardware cryptography acceleration at the time where it was very much needed, and also at the level of the strategic planning for the Texas Instrument and Shield security element and architecture for its mobile processors, OMAP family of mobile processors. I know Texas Instruments has a strong team in Bangalore, so I don't know if some of you might relate to that, but basically it was an extension of Trust Zone with hardware augmentation. That was quite interesting in the time. And I am now basically heading the IEEE certified AI ethics program, advising the team on the product and the positioning for the product. So it's a great pleasure to be here. And without further due notice, let's start, if you don't mind. So just as a reflection about AI ethics, digital public infrastructure, and cybersecurity, because they seem a bit separate, I propose the following approach. From a digital public infrastructure, the risks that we are facing are mostly the disruption of the systems through digital transformation, and the growth of the cybersecurity incidents, as well as international tension aspects that come and fuel that. And this is very important for the sovereignty, because the sovereignty is the representation both of a state legitimacy and of its strategic autonomy. So if we look at the diagram on the right, what we really look at is multipolar, if I can use that word, multipolar status, where on one hand you have AI and cyber, into which you have a lot of collaboration, because there are state and non-state actors that are impacting AI and cyber. So AI is being used positively in cyber environment, for example, for CERT, where you need to be able to identify anomalies in a very big set of events and zero in very quickly on it. You have the relationship between cyber and ethics as well, in the sense that there is obviously a lot of our lives are now in cyberspace, and there is a sovereignty gap in the what is allowed, or what is allowed essentially, because it's not enforced sometimes in cyberspace versus what is allowed in real life. And we are driven by human values, which are represented through ethics in real life. And as well, there is this same correspondence between AI and ethics, in the sense that AI replaces or augments human mankind in some aspects of ethics, which are again the values that we try to strive for and with in our daily lives to advance and to achieve a peaceful evolution. And since AI is doing that replacement or augmentation of human decision making, it is very much important to understand the relationship between AI and ethics and making sure that AI is ethical. So one way to think about it is that cyber needs AI needs ethics, and basically by transition, cyber would need ethics as well. So that's another way of looking at it. Now, if we think about the type of cybersecurity risks that we see that are of ethical nature, we can see that preserving privacy is a very top concern, in the sense that not only from a GDPR perspective, which is basically the making sure that whatever data that is retained is lawful, but also from a perception of the risks associated with monitoring, intrusive monitoring, as well as potential consequences in terms of social scoring, for example, that can impact human rights and autonomy erosion. And we'll see that this is, in some environments, this is completely forbidden. In some other environments, this is pretty much mainstream. Maintaining accountability is another important ethical challenge in cybersecurity risk management, because humankind has a tendency to offload difficult decision to others, and machines are a convenient scapegoat, in the sense that you can always blame it on the system for not having taken the right decision, or for the consequences of it. So it is important to maintain accountability. If we maintain that decision, if we transfer that decision making from an AI to a human person, from a human person to an AI, we need to maintain that accountability. It's also very important to achieve transparency, because a lot of these AIs, like deep learning solutions, are pretty much considered like black box. Because of their complexity, they are hard to understand. And the ability to have explainability in deep learning is very important, because otherwise you cannot enforce lawful decisions if you cannot explain why you have reached these decisions. Also, it is, as you know, with generative AI and with deepfakes, it is very important now to be able to identify and trace these deepfakes, so that we know which are real and which are fake, and where they come from, as these can have a deep social impact on basically a sovereign state. And last but not least, avoiding algorithmic bias is very important, because, again, from a cyber perspective, what you want to do is make sure that the system is operational and available. If the system is not able to recognize a person, for example, because of the color of their skin, and is not able to operate it or to offer its services to that person, it amounts to the equivalent of a cybersecurity failure at this point. So all of these points I'm just trying to share with you, just to build this relationship between AI, cyber, and ethics. One way to look at it is that AI and ethics constitute what we refer to as trustworthy AI mostly. We could extend that definition to cyber in terms of digital trust. And digital trust is something that is very important today, both at the state level and at the individual level, at the market level, as we're going to see. So if we take the EU AI Act, for example, you can see that some aspects like social scoring or facial recognition are not, or AI manipulation in the form of, for example, targeted advertising for political campaigns, are considered unacceptable risks. Now, high risks are things that impact basically either transportation system or safety, environments, etc. And you can see the importance of cybersecurity in these environments to also secure the same achieve the same goal. Other risks, other risk level like limited risk level or minimal risk level, touch upon use cases where there might be some transparency issues in the case of limited risks, or minimal risk where it might be inconsequential in the sense that it might give you the wrong answer, but you will know that it is the wrong answer and it will not have a consequence, detrimental consequence out of it. The reason why I mentioned the EU AI Act is not only because it's one of the biggest, the most advanced frameworks today, but also because when we build solutions, and I know Bangalore is a big center for producing solutions and products, we need to make sure that there is a market accessibility for these products. And as regulation starts to kick into the different parts of the globe, we need to be very much aware of these regulations and how our products need to be built and evaluated in order to meet these regulations so that our products can reach these markets. So if we look at it from a regulatory perspective, you have multiple countries in the world, pretty much all of the countries in the world today have an AI policy, and there are a bit of differences between these policies, but mostly it's a mix of risk based approach, like in the EU case with the principle of precaution, which basically says essentially that you should not put something on the market unless you have verified that it is safe, as well as impact policies, which are, for example, like in Canada, where I live, more about, okay, if we put this thing out, what will be the impact really on the population, on the services, etc. So different countries have adopted different approaches, and it would be too long to go into over all of these. But the important things to retain here is that it's interesting to see. First, if you look at the US, for example, and India, to the best of my knowledge, they don't have regulatory and enforcement mechanism. In the case of the US, it might be by design because of the corporate culture there. But I don't know for India if it is in the works or not. I have not been able to find specifics for India. If we look at the other side where it is being enforced, like in the EU and in China, the enforcement is different and very much different in the sense that what is very often allowed in China is considered forbidden in Europe. And at the same time, China has adopted a very early strategy regarding deepfakes and regarding algorithmic security aspects. So I think it's an interesting approach to look at as well, to understand how these aspects that are becoming more and more important with the use of generative AI are being used, are being implemented today. Now, in the case of India, it was one of the early comers to AI policies. It's a founding member of the GPAI, the Global Partnership Alliance on AI. It has very interesting policies in the sense that it's an AI for all from the onset, and it is meaning that all the citizens should be able to benefit from AI. And so AI is focused on health and education, etc., which we see a lot of in Asia. And also it has this AI garage culture by which India is capable of offering its services, its development services to the other countries in the world. The approaches are different in the EU, in the US, or in China, but overall, India has an approach. I think what is important to see is where it is. How does it compare worldwide? So if we look at what India does, it's from an AI trustworthy AI perspective, we can see that basically it touches upon all of the important aspects of what is needed in an AI policy. Defense seems to be the only one that it doesn't touch upon, but not many countries do. The UK, France, and the US. And again, the other countries might be doing it without mentioning it. But otherwise, India is present in all of the different dimensions that are needed there. As well, if we look at the AI talent, we can see that India is faring very well. It's the line in red here. So it has all of the potential to develop AI and to develop trustworthy AI. And ethics is part of the NITI recommendations paper that was put back, I think, in 2019 there. Now, India is not the only one. This is a short list of countries. Indonesia as well and Malaysia are also in the high-ranking countries in terms of AI talent. Now, this is from a regulatory perspective. Now, let's look at it from a market perspective. What is interesting on the market side, I think, is the fact that digital trust AI incidents have grown significantly. So first, there is this growth from basically around, if we look at let's say 2018, 2019, we were around 100 incidents, and now we are in 2021, last recorded, we are around 260 incidents. So this is out of an incident database. But there are other two interesting trends. The first one is the difference between the customer perception of the protection of their data and the actual situation within service providers. So 70% of consumer consider that their data is protected. And in reality, it is more about 60% of the companies that are able to report data breach. So you can see the contrast there. People are not aware of the data breach. The other trend that is interesting is that a lot of the incidents, the AI incidents that are being reported, are moving from data related aspect to ethical accountability, fairness, environmental sustainability aspects. So what this means is essentially that people are still considering data breach as being important, but they are considering these other aspects as being as important. And this is becoming more and more obvious if we look at how customers start to value ethics as much as data security. So for example, data privacy policies worldwide is something that consumers would want to know from a company usually like 85% of the people like that. Now what we see is that AI policies of these companies are starting to come at par with that. What we see is that in Asia specifically, the impact of AI aspect and data practices are becoming more relevant. But what is, I think, the most staggering is if you look at the part that I highlighted in the red square on the right, we have now people that are more concerned about the ethical principles of the solutions that they are using than the data breach. And I think this is an eye-opener in the sense that we need to make sure that from a cyber perspective, we take into consideration all of the ethical aspects, because whether we want it or not, through regulatory or through market demand, it is becoming more and more prevalent. So IEEE in that context has been very well positioned, because since 2015, 2016, IEEE has coined and has basically initiated a vision of social technical standards. And what this means is that essentially it is focusing on the social impact of technical standards and how to integrate the social aspects into the technical standards so that the outcomes are practically usable from a social perspective and socially friendly. So in ethical AI systems, in data governance, in digital intelligence, in many different aspects, there are a lot of activities within IEEE that have been developed. Child online rights is one that has been very successful as well, in the sense that it's been adopted in many different countries in the world, very much as is and very quickly, and as a recognition of the impact of social media on children. Part of that has basically resulted in something called the Ethically Aligned Design Conceptual Framework, which is a framework that is described here that allows you to go from principles to practice in the implementation of design that is ethically aligned, that has ethical values integrated into it. And so this has produced a lot of standards and recommendations and specifications and papers. Two of the most important are the 7000 series, which allow you to integrate ethical value in AI system at the design and development stage when you develop a solution. And the IEEE certified conformity assessment framework, which is a framework that allows you to take any product, whether it has been developed with ethics in mind or not, and evaluate it not only from a process perspective, but mostly from an organization and outcome perspective, evaluate basically the ethicality of the product. So the ethically aligned design framework has produced a lot of documents and material, a lot of which is available pretty much accessible because IEEE recognizes the need for accessibility and the need for awareness. And it is structured in terms of a trustworthy AI portfolio. So you can see a lot of the 7000 series documents are available there, should you want to look into integrating ethics in design, and a lot and all the ontological specs that relate to the to AI ethics assessment of products are also available, and many other papers are available there. I'm sorry, it's a bit early for me. I'm in North America, so I haven't finished my first coffee, so sorry for all this stumbling in my words, but I hope you can get the gist of it. So all of that trustworthy AI portfolio has been structured into, because it's a lot of documents, into what we call an AI literacy framework, an AIE framework, which basically has pretty much 3 levels: awareness, which is introductory level, where you get to know what it means, because in a lot of situations people don't understand what ethics are, or there might be city managers, for example, who are very good at what they do, but don't know how to integrate AI into their environment. So they need awareness into procurement, they need awareness into governance, they need awareness at different levels. And this is what the awareness suite is about. The intelligence one is more about delving deeper into the concept and understanding how things get done. So if the awareness is about the what, the intelligence is about the how, and the expertise is really where you get expert training and possibly even expertise recognition for the expertise that you have developed in AI ethics and that you can apply across the world. Now, on top of that, there is a plus sign there. The plus is for everything that we do on top of that in terms of custom workshops and trainings that is mostly targeted at either specific organizations or government organizations, for that matter, that are interested in the deployment of AI ethics into their environment. If we look at the assessment, the outcome-based assessment framework of Certified, just to give you an example, it is a set of criteria. These criteria are around ethical privacy, transparency, algorithmic bias, and accountability, not in the order that I've mentioned them. And basically, these criteria are used together with a methodology to assess your product. And if the product is considered ethical out of it, then a mark is being delivered that recognizes that. So how does the methodology work? You basically, it's a four-step process. You go through an inquiry phase, simple, where you have to scope what is the product that you're trying to assess, how much would it cost, and how much time would it take to basically assess this product. Once this is identified, then we can go to the next stage. The profiling is where we identify basically what are the ethical criteria that are the most relevant for the product in the context and with the stakeholders that are being involved, and what is the impact level of from an ethical standpoint, what are the ethical impact levels of these criteria. Based on that, an assessment is being done using the criteria that have been provided. And this assessment pretty much is being done between the company and an assessor. It is not something that is public. It is something that is internal to the company, confidential, and that basically allows the company also to improve their product and their processes around the product to achieve better ethicality. And if that is considered of a good level, then at that point, the company can decide to go for certification, which is an independent verification of that assessment. And that certification would deliver a certified AI ethics mark. At that point, the product is publicly recognized as having been certified according to the IEEE conformity assessment program. It is listed on the set of products that have been considered ethically certified. And what does that mean? It really means mostly three things. It affirms the organization's commitment to basically upholding human values. So it shows to consumers that you care about ethicality. It also shows that you have done your best effort in terms of assessing that a product is ethical, it's transparent, is accountable, is not biased, and preserves privacy. So all of that helps enhance confidence in the companies and in the products that are being put out, and can make a difference, as we see now that consumers are being really concerned about ethicality. It can make a difference from a product differentiation perspective. So this is IEEE certified in a nutshell as a conformity assessment program. The interesting aspect of it is that it also creates new jobs in a sense, in the form of assessors and the certified ecosystem. So the assessors pretty much perform assessment and certification, and trainers provide the training for all of these assessment and certification. So in a nutshell, this is what it is. The whole program is being managed by IEEE under the conformity assessment program of IEEE ICAP. And that means that it manages all of the products and authorized collaborators and marks. From that perspective, what is important to realize is that you can go from principles to standards to market acknowledgement, and to an ecosystem that is built around that to serve that market acknowledgement. So what this means is that going beyond standard in terms of having an actual tool that can be used in the field to provide a service and building the ecosystem for it to provide that service. I'm reaching here the end of the presentation. I think the key takeaways from this, if we look at it in retrospect and we take a step back, essentially, trustworthy systems is intricately linked to cybersecurity, both in the sense that cybersecurity needs to prove that it is trustworthy, and to be trustworthy, you need cybersecurity. So it is really interlinked. And having the ability to address trustworthy AI in system implementation is becoming more and more important and should not be neglected in cybersecurity developments. Also, what we see in the market and in worldwide is that the entities are interested in moving towards achieving some level of AI ethicality. And this affects reach both through regulation and through market preferences, consumer preferences. And IEEE is here with tools that are available, some of them available for free, like the ones in the GET program that I mentioned in the AI Trustworthy portfolio. And they are available for you to use. The trainings are available should you want to become authorized assessors and provide such services. And should you have products to assess, this is also something that we can facilitate with our ecosystem of experts. Thank you very much. Hadavia, sorry, I mispronounced it. But I wanted just to say thank you.
Thank you, Jill, for your very informative session on cybersecurity and AI ethics. And the material and resources that you have presented, and also the certification that is introduced by IEEE called as certified. So that is really interesting takeaway from this particular session. Participants, if you have any question. Yeah, okay, Mike. Gilles, there is a question. Okay.
Thank you for highlighting the trilemma of AI ethics and things like that. My fundamental question is, as far as software is concerned, we sign to say that we use it as it is. Whether it is trustworthy or whether it has been proved, we never care. But AI is also a part of a software, technically. So now, how do you say that now I am going to make AI more trusted if I don't make the software trusted?
That's a very good point. I mean, AI is, as you correctly mentioned, AI is part of the software, and AI is software at the end in your solution. I mean, it is an algorithmic construct that instead of working with inputs and outputs will work of producing an output out of an input and a specific declarative set of procedures will just converge a set of weights into providing you with the equivalent answer. So you're absolutely correct in saying that the software needs to be trusted in the first place. And this is where, for example, from a cybersecurity perspective today, when you do audit, source code audits, I used to do these in my early days. They take times. Now, how do you do this when you have these updates that are basically constantly coming up? How do you do this on top of that when you have AI solutions where where the algorithm really relies on the data, and the data is evolving with time, so the algorithm is continuously improving. So all of that are important aspects that we try to capture within the standards and the specifications and the practices that we reflect in the documentation. I'm not sure it answers your question, but I'm trying to relate to it from that angle. Help me there if I did not answer it.
Yeah, one more question. Can you pass on the mic?
Thank you for the good presentation. My question is that today,
I'm sorry, your voice is very faint. Is there a way to increase the volume?
Yeah, he's.
And now, yeah. So
yes.
Thanks for the presentations. My question to you is that till today, how many AI services are IEEE certified?
Okay, so IEEE certified essentially, are you talking about the numbers of products that are IEEE certified?
Yes, yes, AI solutions or AI services, AI software. Yeah.
Yes. So essentially, as you saw in the process, IEEE, the IEEE certified process is a process that is pretty much a process that the company initiates for a product with a set of experts, usually assessors in that space. How many of these products come to fruition or are big, they decide to go from assessment to certification? That is not clear. What we can say is officially we've worked on a couple of these ourselves, but I know that there are more in the pipe. The products themselves, number of products that are assessed essentially is something that is not clear to us because it's really between the companies and the assessors. So it's something that we don't have visibility on automatically. But the number of certified product is small today, and the rationale is simple. Most of the thrust for integrating ethics into AI has been coming from a regulatory constraint. Like, I'll do it only if I'm forced to do it, in a sense. But at the same time, now that the customer or the consumer awareness is rising, we think that this perspective is going to change. And as regulations are starting to be put in place, and for example, the EU AI Act will be enforced by 2025, and might generate what is called the Brussels effect, which you had in GDPR, by which essentially, if you put a product out that impacts European citizens, then that product needs to be GDPR compliant. We might see the same perception on the EU AI Act, the same level of need for verification of AI ethics, or at least demonstration that you have assessed to a certain level the ethicality of your solution. And this is where certified is becoming an interesting tool for many, because today there are not many frameworks that provide this overall practical way to assess a product. There are a few that tell you this is how you do transparency, this is how you do accountability, etc. Do you have this, check, yes, you're done. Certified is a bit more in-depth in the sense that it forces you to build something called the case for ethics. This is what you do in the assessment phase. And that case for ethics demonstrates through evidence, because it's an outcome-based solution, through the evidence that you have provided, the ethicality of your solution. So it is not like, oh, I have followed the process and hence I am ethical by virtue of the process, basically claiming that it will give me ethicality. It is more like the product in the environment with the stakeholders around it, be it the operator, the developer, the service provider. All of these stakeholders are involved, and the product is assessed in that context. So it is a very efficient tool to assess ethicality of a solution out there. And not only the AI ethicality, because AI ethicality is a superset of ethicality. So if you just want to check the ethicality of a solution, you can still use certified for that, from that perspective, for accountability, transparency, privacy aspects, or that are important to you. Did I answer your question completely or not?
Any other question? Yeah, Setember.
Good morning, Louis. This is Rupa from the Canadian government. I was very pleased to hear that you are based in Canada. I have a quick question. As you know, Canada is a global leader in AI and has been leading the way in terms of ethical AI as well. So I just want you to touch upon what is Canada doing in terms of really mitigating, certain aspects and developing the AI algorithms which could become discriminatory while decision making, like, for example, in terms of, say, banking. So if they recognize that there are people who are from a different country or from a different gender, and based on that, they probably may not issue any loans. So I'm just giving that as a hypothetical example. So what do you think Canada is doing in terms of developing such algorithms?
That's a very good question. So you are absolutely right. First, in mentioning Canada's position in the AI space. I mean, if you look just at the Turing Award that was given to 3 people, 2 out of these 3 were based in Canada: Joshua Bengio from University of Montreal and Jeffrey Hinton from University of Toronto. And Yann Lequin worked with them basically as well when he was at Bell Labs before being at New York University. So it is Canada has that leadership position in AI, and Canada is also in a position where it is in between the corporate approach of the United States and the regulatory, which is basically safety approach of the EU. So it has an interesting balancing act to that. To the point that you were making, the way Canada approaches it a bit different from the EU AI Act, which is pure safety, or from the US, which is basically corporations are responsible to be good corporations and do the right thing. The way Canada approaches it is more from an impact perspective, which is I'm not going to judge in advance what is right from wrong, what is allowed or not. What I'm going to look at is the impact of what you are proposing on the citizens. To the point that you made, for example, which is similar to a loan evaluation. If you do this through AI, you could disfranchise the population. You could basically, by not providing a loan to a person, this has a lot of consequences with respect to what happens to that person. That person might not have the ability to, in terms of studies, in terms of social access to other benefits socially that it would do, and it would disfranchise that person socially and bring that person to a point where it could pretty much kind of basically go down the social structure and be put aside in the society. So Canada looks at that from an impact level, like the product that you're putting out, what is really the impact that it has on the solution, instead of, for example, the EU AI that will tell you, oh, it is your product concerns borders, it concerns transportation, hence it's a high impact product and you need to do conformity assessment for it. Now, the problem with Canada, on the other hand, is that it has been one of the first countries, I think in 2017 and India in 2018, to propose an AI policy and to have its own AI policy. The problem is in enactment. It's still pending in Bill C-27, which it hasn't been passed yet. And the issue there is more about AI is a very evolving field. So should I pass a law that is pretty much slow to evolve now, or am I in the catch-22 with respect to technology, and technology continues evolving? It's a very difficult question to answer, and it has a lot of implications at the level of the societal implications of it, especially in the age of generative AI, as we see now, where the same as for social media. Social media, we let it go for 15 years, and now we are paying the price for it. Are we going to do the same thing for AI? I'm not sure. Can you hear me, or because I froze?
So we can hear you.
Thank you, Gilles, for your very informative session and the interaction with the participants. May I now request Dr. S.D. Sudarshan to felicitate remotely in his absence. On behalf of Gilles, I request Ms. Rupa, Trade Commissioner, to kindly accept the memento, award of appreciation. Gilles, I think this is okay for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to participate.
Gilles, can you please switch on your video, your camera, for a moment? Yeah. You should be there on a screen during felicitation. 1 minute. Sir, a moment, sir. 1 moment. Sir. Thank you very much, Jill. We now have a panel discussion, very important panel discussion on a futuristic topic called Challenges in Adoption and Implementation of Post-Quantum Cryptography. The panel will be moderated by Professor C.E. Veni Madhavan from IEEE, and the panelists would be Dr. P.V. Anand Mohan, Professor Santanu Sarkar. I think he has already joined virtually, and Dr. Subramaniam N. He has also joined, and Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, and Shri Ashish Banati, sir. May I please request the panelists who are present here to please come on the dais. Professor C.E. Veni Madhavan is the moderator. He's from IISc. And Dr. S.D. Sudarshan is the Executive Director of CDAC Bangalore. And Shri Ashish Banati is a Deputy Controller Technology from Office of Controller of Certifying Authorities, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. 3 more panelists are there. 2 have joined virtually, and Dr. P.V. Anand Mohan is there. So I would just like to briefly read the profiles. Yeah, those who. So Dr. N. Subramanian is the Executive Director of SETS, Society for Electronic Transactions and Security. Dr. N. Subramanian is serving as Dr. N. Subramanian is serving as Executive Director at SETS since December 2022. Prior to joining SETS, he had served at Center for Development of Advanced Computing, CDAC Pune, as Head and Senior Director, Corporate R&D. As part of Corporate R&D, he was involved in evolving the technology roadmap and mission mode programs in emerging areas and contributed to the R&D collaboration and technology translation activities. He has specifically contributed to the cybersecurity roadmap and quantum computing and communication mission of CDAC. His research interests include computer and network security, computer networks and protocols, 5G, 6G, quality of service, edge security, trusted AI, and ICT accessibility. He has received his PhD degree from International Institute of Information Technology, Bangalore, in the area of cybersecurity. He was a member of the Task Force of Cybersecurity for AI, which has been set up by Society for Electronic Transactions and Security under the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, and contributed to the report on artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. As part of TIFSC, DST, and DOT committees, he has contributed towards technology foresight on cybersecurity, innovation, use cases for 5G and 6G areas respectively. Professor Santanu Sarkar is with the Department of Mathematics at Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, IIT Madras. He received his PhD from Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata in 2011. His current research interest is cryptology. He has 77 publications in peer-reviewed journals, international journals and conferences. He was selected for Inspire Faculty Award Scheme by DST in 2012. He received the Best Paper Award at ACISP 2013. He was a Young Scientist Platinum Jubilee Award in Physical Sciences in 2016 and Young Scientist Award by the Academy of Sciences, Chennai, in Mathematical Sciences in 2018. He has offered assistant professorship at ISI Kolkata in 2018 and 20. He has also got a fellowship for experienced researchers in 2020. We have one more panel member here, Dr. P.V. Anand Mohan, sir is sitting here. Dr. P.V. Anand Mohan received the PhD degree in Electrical Communication Engineering from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore in 1975. He was with ITI Limited R&D from 1973 till 2003. And later, he was with Electronics Corporation of India Limited, ECIL, Bangalore till 2016. Later, he was with CDAC Bangalore as technology advisor. His research interests are in the areas of mixed signal VLSI design, VLSI architectures, and cryptography implementations. He has published in these areas in refereed international journals and conferences. He has authored 3 books on analog filter design and 2 on residue number systems, algorithms, and architectures. Dr. Mohan is a life fellow of IEEE USA, IET India, National Academy of Engineering. He was associate editor of IEEE Transactions on Circuits and Systems. He has regular papers during 2000 to 2003 and editor-in-chief of IET Journal of Education. He is at present associate editor of Circuits, Systems, and Signal Processing. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Late hour, we have still got an hour I promised. We have to bear with us because we have 6 of us here, and so there's a silly mistake I made that 22. The 22 is a similar conference here, similar section here. More or less the same date. So it's still 22 days. That's the only I hope cut and paste error. Okay, so panelist names were announced. And this is sort of my reading of their interest. I put them in some list. Pardon me for made any changes. Of course, there are some minor changes, but nevertheless, except Shantanu Saskar who wanted to finish earlier, maybe if you can wait for 15 minutes, I'll call upon him. And this is sort of the sequence in which I would like to us to address you first. So we should take about 4 plus 2, 6, and about 60 minutes, I think, and then another 15, 20 minutes for discussion. Or maybe we'll cut short a little less or more, a little less for most people. So I thought something about the math and algorithms and representation, everything are tied together, and then development of the PKI itself is a matter of interest. And then, simply I put terms like evaluation, management, migration, etc. Okay. Because I thought the concerned people will be probably addressing around it. So to set the tone, and also we like to have discussion questions, whatever you think is something mysterious about this whole subject. This is a post-quantum. PKI, we all seem to know. Post-quantum PKI is something we're all probing. So the broad issues in my turn, I'll address a few issues about the math and implementation and so on. And probably Shantanu also, who is one of the person actively working, will address. I call them cutting and polishing. So the crystals is a name of the suite which has been announced by NIST last year to be the mainstay of the whole effort. And already people are putting, like Amazon web services are already integrated into this. It stands for cryptographic suite for algebraic lattice. Anmohan talked about another candidate with his rating swings. One thing about this NIST effort for post-quantum is that there are 3 or 4 candidates the event that any one of them suppose fails, you're not left with lurch, and so that's one of the reasons. But this tends to be the most optimal one as a student understanding. There's something about it we will say. There are two components to it. One is called fiber, the key generation, the key exchange, encryption and decryption for bulk. Then there is this dilithium, which is the key generation, signing and verification for digital signature. It will go into our PKI, but then they're all nice complementary set of things. I'll just highlight some points about it. One of them, and the thing is, there are many I call challenges in my perspective. Others will share their perspectives also. If a new algorithm or a new software has to be built on a new algorithm, very complicated, I would think, in my own mind, compared to the earlier era of public cryptography, is this new era of public cryptography. There are many tools required. I'm building debugging tool, for example, myself, my own understanding. Also, to see where there can be traps which can be leveraged for right channel attacks, which can make fraud implementation and so on. So I call them the need for edible tools, and then the variety of the tools which are related to error analysis and people can do the site channel and so on. So these are the tools themselves, the core. Then there are tools which are geared towards the use of them, management of them, and all the rotation list and everything, or dependent on a variety of things. Then these new crypto algorithms, all of it, seems to have this, I call this mathematical difficulty of being very complicated. More complicated a cryptography stuff is, actually people are crazy about it. Anyway, that's the world. Thanks to the bogey of the quantum computers, and these are all supposed to be invulnerable to the known type of quantum attacks, which are applicable to the Shor algorithm for RSA, curve, and some form of Grover algorithm for other things which are more expected. But in any case, as of today, it must be understood, and very well understood, by the way. A wonderful list of set of papers in the last 5 years from the European group, and a few from our native groups in ISI and so on, which are analyzing them threadbare. So that's the advantage of this type of system. So I mean, these are some kind of overview things for us to be aware and sure of what we are in for. So okay. This has to do with a whole lot of technical issues which go into the making from the algorithm recipe to a code software, and then further code into embedded hardware, and then code for their analysis, tracking, etc. My own personal interest, I put too many of the cryptanalysis things, which are the things which are going to be going on in the world, because something new comes, a lot more research groups interested, and a lot more PhDs and thesis can be produced around there. There's still many open issues, despite the fact that they are going to be alternatives for quantum computers. Unfortunately, even in math and science, there is no, I would say, categorical proof that this is true for you. After all, I thought was always RSA, patented in 1978, has withstood the test of time. So it's still valid. Still, we can use them with certain caveats. Even the advent of quantum computers by extraordinarily increasing the parameters in the older ones. But anyway, as we are starting, we are in time for a change. So 25 years of cryptography is so much for people to bear. We need a change, so the change is actually quite easy. So that's the idea.
several aspects which, of course, we can't detail in a short discussion, and the full classroom discussions are warranted. Anyway, this is my full self-report kind of thing. But what I wanted to show you was just a few slides to say where there are lots of what we call our Indian parlance, masala. There are fundamental mathematical problems which are considered hard for contemporary computing systems based on Turing machine models. The quantum machine model, they are supposed to be vulnerable due to certain technical reasons, which are still being understood. So what is being understood, for example, is the hard problem in all of these things called a lattice problem. Finding some arbitrary algebraic lattice of short vectors and some nearby vectors that go for it. So if you increase the number of vectors and their sizes, it's difficult to have good algorithms for breaking them. So that's the catch about quantum holomorphism. They work on a certain complicated system of things. The basic things were what are called mathematical object number theory called finite fields. And then you build what are called polynomials for these polynomial rings. And then you build linear algebraic structures of matrices and vectors of these polynomial elements that's called bodies. And so there is a problem called learning with errors. It has small noise. And then the output is given. From the output, given the small noise, the internal parameters can be difficult to figure out unless you solve some lattice problems and so on. So that's in a very loose word, the density of this. That's all. So we're not belabor this point. Probably some more light on these. But this is what we are studying. And notationally, the word is A, capital A, the public vectors. S is a secret element. E is another element which is secret. Okay, so that's why we put it on T, secret T, S. Now, these elements of these vectors and matrices are coming from those polynomials of some kind and each has a small coefficient spread. So all of this are known. The beauty of kind of a consortium which all players in the world interact. So all are known except something which is secret. And this is another fundamental thing of cryptography. Everything about the cryptographic system will be told except the passive secret. So when the supporting gets buried in a system of masking and massaging the residents, importing them, operating them, all this on one place. That's a bit of a one is the very accurate version of the water papers by a big table of evidence. Liberty is the lead team for last 5-6 years, and this is an appreciate. Of course, I understand this to control implementation and so on. So essentially, you have an encryption module, and then you have a decryption module, and then you have a new module called key encapsulation, and a new corresponding receiving end module called key encapsulation. So all these through this handshake and receiving and making a common key out of things and so on, which were shown in some earlier papers in previous sessions. This is the whole thing. There are many more things about the signature systems and so on, which are somewhat similar. So as you understand it deeper, both the encryption, decryption, and the consequent key extent which depends on that. Just as in this presentation. And the digital signature preservation and the verification. That's actually happening in current day systems and public key systems. So this is one thing it said all the other management tools and the rapid everything will be similar, but sort of handled in a very little more complicated way of little more, somewhat more complicated, with delicate tolerances that is something which technical experts have to bother all the time. Otherwise, the systems expert will find lots of things are simple. Based on my perspective, I will stop. Request Chancery, if you wanted to go, to say his share his perspective.
Yeah, hello. So can you repeat, please, sir?
No, I said, you can call. On this whole subject.
Your sound is breaking. Sound is breaking.
Oh, no, we were just questioning your perspective on the subject of talent. So far as what I would consider the
So far you have considered mathematical description of Kyber.
Yeah, yes, Kyber, but
Yeah, I can tell only a little bit LWE because recently I have done something on LWE, and that is underlying hardness problem of Kyber or dilithium. Should I continue that LWE?
You can continue, sir.
Yeah, okay. So basically LW is, now if you have system of equation, linear equation, then we can solve easily. I mean, if you have some matrix A and you have some variable, then you can solve. But if you disturb little bit of this linear system of equation, that is called, and it turns out that is very difficult problem. And this is related to closest vector problem in lattice. So nowadays, many crypto systems are based on this LWE. And recently, we have done something on LWE. So instead of actual crypto system, we tried hardness of this system, and we use so-called representation technique. So you can write 1 equal to 1 plus 0 or 0 plus 1 or 2 minus 1, this kind of representation. So we use this idea and to improve some existing bound. Yeah, we have done only this part. But my knowledge on this post-quantum, this huge world, is very limited. Yeah, that's all from my side.
thanks. I think we will do a partial calculation of whatever you said. With error maybe required. Otherwise, anyway, your papers are there for you. If that is the contemporary cryptanalysis, art problems of the world, all the time being done better. One of them, they are theoretically still part of the world. And what's known today, it is next sacrifice.
So good afternoon. Actually, CDAC was involved in validation of all types of algorithms, that is including encryption, very block ciphers, as well as this digital signature algorithm, basically RSA and ECC. Actually, they were very difficult in some sense, like there were a lot of options for the user. Like, suppose RSA system, they say you have to generate primes. So this NIST, actually the test is very tough. What they say, there are many methods of generating primes. They say probabilistic prime, probable primes, then guaranteed primes. And then, to do the test, this lot of requirements were there. Similarly, for ECC also, there were a lot of requirements. That means sometimes what they give you, they give some test like this. They say this is the point, and you raise the point to the suppose when I give P, I say calculate some 100 P. Whether you are giving correct answer, that is one way. That is one way of testing. That is whether you have really understood and whether you have implemented correctly. There is another way. What they do is they give a lot of mistakes and correct answers. That is, they give problems, some good problems, which have correct answers he gives. That means, this particular, G into some number, this should be the answer. Some wrong. You should have to push. You have to tell which is wrong, which is correct. So like this, actually they see whether the designer has understood correctly written software, and then he is able to give correct answers or not. That is one way. But today, actually, if you see post-quantum cryptography, there is absolutely no flexibility. For example, they say everything is known, like, what is the prime that is to be used, it is known. For example, crystal Kyber, we are telling. And then, this only they say one seed is given. Based on that seed, all the internal parameters are decided. And finally, they give, in fact, I show you one, where is this? I will show you, CAT has been given as example in this algorithms, that is NIST submissions. When you do, you are supposed to give. So, for example, you here, for this things, before this, okay. Things you see, he says count 0. Like this, actually, some 100 tests are there. Each, that is, count is number of tests, 0, 1, 2, like that. Now, he gives a seed and he gives a message length. And then he gives a message, some message. Then what he says, he expects you, from this you should have generated what you are generating. You should tell me, PK, whether it's public key, then secret key, and then all this signature, all this you have to generate. That means, I will test whether your software has been correctly written or hardware has been correctly implemented. Okay, and then you see, many of these answers, you are supposed to, that Madam Morning, Umadevi was telling, there is something known as a response file. Response file will be like this. Whatever I have given, you should echo, count, then seed, then message, and now you see, the signature is so big for this particular thing. I have not printed fully because it runs into, because 45,000 bits are there. So bytes. So that one is runs into pages actually. So that means, we should be able to verify this now. Now, there are other tests to be done. This is for one. Similarly, there is this Kyber. See, count. So many tests, 100 tests they give, and 100 tests you should give me the answer correctly. Similarly, this all parameters you have to generate, and then you have to, this is slightly smaller, this public key and all. So that means, this when you are generating test vectors, we should be able to give some good results, very good questions, bad questions, and I know what are the correct answers and bad answers, and based on that, I should be able to decide. This is similarly Kyber also, some problem. Then in addition, you see NIST now, based on the experience with all previous algorithms, what they have told is some of these attacks, earlier were not that is mandatory, but now they have told all algorithms must pass side channel analysis. That means the designer in the beginning itself should incorporate some of the side channel protection measures. Okay, and then they also told that you should be able to do some tests for side channel resistance, like TBLA, that is test vector leakage assessment. Okay. And another thing is, actually, when labs test, suppose somebody, I give a vendor one request file, he gives me response file. Suppose he has failed, I should be able to guide him also. That means, because this is a massive flow, of this information, you have to tell him some breakpoints and all, and say, this you have not estimated properly, that you have not estimated properly. So like this, we should be able to give guidance also. So now, interestingly, already many sites are giving test vectors also. For example, you can visit a security site. There is one site is there, asecuritysite.com. There, in fact, for most of the algorithms, including some of the rejected algorithms in post-quantum cryptography also, he has given the test vectors. That means you can feed some data that like seed, then he will generate this test vectors and all, and you should be able to verify with your implementation whether you are getting the same thing. And moreover, implementation should also take care of some other additional last point is there that I will tell and close. I have to trouble. No, go to last one. Just you see. There is some English written, but
this is last slide.
no, there should be one more. Anything else? Something on the guidelines, something. Nothing. Okay, go ahead. So last point I will tell. Okay, you see here what it says is implementation should take care of these some things like some unnecessary jumping to something. All this should not be there because now they have made it mandatory and they have told this some operations have to be done in a very nice way. Like in morning I was discussing with somebody, constant time multiplication. Suppose in Khyber, I want to multiply x with y mod 3329. Let us say I want to do. You should not say the execution time depends on the parameters. Like, for example, RSA and all, how people were able to break. Because, they know you may have to sometimes square it. Sometimes you have to multiply. Sometimes, you have to just square and need not multiply. So that way you use to actually break the key. So like this, there are some steps which were there and afterwards countermeasures were invented. But now they are telling designers should do it in the beginning and they have to prove the design. Okay, so that's how actually they have selected the final this 4, 1 for KEM and 3 for this. Okay, so if any guidance is required or something, CDAC is having experience and we have got a new project where we are supposed to develop this validation program and all. Thank you very much.
Development cycle.
Yep. Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you, sir, for starting with the real things that matter when it comes to both crypto in general and post-quantum in particular. So coming from the, what should I say, background of seeing things work and not work and partially work. This development, that was the topic identified by Professor. I just want to bring few points here. First one, I think as developers or software engineers, functionally, whatever is written in general is achieved, at least in the most cases. But still, system does not function in the field. So there is something that is missing, which is what from being a programmer, we should become a software engineer, software architect, and then someone who can design a safe and robust system. And that is much more valid in the post-quantum era, because we are trying to come with solutions for traditional systems in spite of a new set of computing elements that are coming in. So what are those things that have been generally observed during the few years that I am associated in this activity? The first and foremost is the current concept is zero trust. The earlier concept is we trust everything. So somebody says the software works, we take it and start using it. So long as it does the functionality at a high level, we go ahead. There is no sandboxing or water tightening of what else should not be done. And the second aspect that is not captured is the environment or the system constraints. This is something typically found, and in fact, sometimes that is beyond our control, which is not documented. For example, a requirement will have, let's say, 25 characters or something like that to be used, or 25 bits to make it more easy from binary perspective. When you implement using any of the typical languages, it will by default allocate 32 bits. There is no 25-bit concept when you actually implement on a machine based on the 30-bit compiler and whatnot. So those 7 bits, one can call it buffer underflow, overflow, various things are there. However, how do we deal with this theoretical requirement versus what can actually happen the way digital computers are running? This aspect has not been looked at in a very big way. The other one where I think Professor Shamsundar is the lead, but Mike is with me for now. It's about, we all know in software engineering, there is a specific area called formal methods. And some people call it program analysis and all. And we have very specific techniques by which the requirements can be captured in a formal way, mathematical way. And if the same thing can be implemented, ditto, a 100% requirement matching and with no plus minus. In Sanskrit, there is something called the sutram. Sutram means it has just enough to satisfy the needs. Even if you remove 1 bit, it does not mean the same thing, and it does not have anything extra, anything less. So that kind of watertight requirements to executable form, today we do not have. This actually requires more people who can do model-based engineering, formal methods with standard idea of theoretical computer science, the fundamentals, and then from there, you actually generate the software rather than write the code. That is something practically missing, very difficult to find. And the second aspect is the configuration and system related, where it was designed and where it does it operate. And how the system should be configured. In fact, many of the people, if you look at a place like SAG, JCB and all, they spend ages only working on the configurations and how the system has to be put, where it will work, where it will not work, the deployment scenarios and all. In a typical software, it does not find that kind of importance. The other aspect to look at is even the testing, assuming, modeling is very, very complicated and we don't want to get into it. How do we even test? In fact, the the coverage of test coverage is reducing day by day with what we call CI/CD pipeline. So because we develop and deliver, and that is a challenge. Again, if the test vectors are generated using some formal methods, then again we'll have a quality solution software that is coming out of it. At least it will pass the test which it should pass. Today, at best, what we have is boundary value kind conditions and things like that. That is another area where the development or the testing, that is a major challenge. Now, in this scenario, what is possible? So that when the PQC, we take it up, like just now Dr. Anandamohan mentioned, thanks to CCSR and MIT, today we have a post-quantum cryptography implementation project with us, where Dr. Subbu's team from SETS and IIT Chennai and others are partners. We are looking at essentially developing a solution in a structured way. From the development perspective, first thing, whatever is being developed is in line with the standards. That's what Professor also said. You are supposed to know everything and thoroughly cryptanalyzed except for the secret key or one unknown. All the rest are known. So to that extent, we should develop something which is code, which is trusted, or the software that is in total control of yourself. That complies with the requirement. It gives us the first thing of having a trusted solution. Second, it interoperates because it is complying with all the requirements. Then all said and done, there is a variant where some flaw can still be exploited. If you look at that exploit coming, how, when, we do not know. But as and when it surfaces, we need an alternate arrangement. So can we have a variant which is similar to this, but does not exactly follow, so that it is resilient to a global failure, so to say, a plan B kind of thing. And the third one is, of course, many a times we need something very proprietary, very specific for certain applications. That is the third aspect. So this is the way the whole thing is being planned under this project where we are working. Here we are also looking at formally testing and validating the requirements and the design in the appropriate mathematical notation and language, and using the right techniques. That is what we are looking at it. Today, at best, what we find is people using some kind of static analysis tools, which is lightweight formal method, some people call it. But essentially, 80% of what a static analyzer can do, if you do it right, it can be made part of the compiler itself. So that, the mistakes cannot be made by the programmer in the first place. So it is very much possible. But we need to look at a different way of engineering the solution. So instead of doing the code, the so-called low-hanging fruit we talk about, demonstrate quick, implement something. I think we should follow the software engineering methodology of spend 70% of time in designing and coming up with a validation framework. And finally, implementation should be in no time. That is the approach, that is the right approach we feel that will be taken by us. And for that, various methodologies that are available will be utilized. I think with respect to specifically for this, already both the professors, in fact, 3 professors have highlighted, and we have Dr. Subbu also coming in, so that I leave it to them at this point. And anything else I will take up during the Q&A session. Thank you.
Good evening, sir. Am I audible? Yeah. Esteemed members and dear professor and esteemed guest over there. It's my pleasure to be there. I just need a permission to just share a couple of slides. I think it is kind of disabled. Can it be allowed? Okay. Thank you. Just want to confirm whether slides are visible. Yeah, thank you. So the context at which we are actually discussing in this panel is, as explained by the experts, we are in the cusp of transition from a traditional crypto system to a post-quantum crypto system. So what does it mean is there is this evolving threat that the global race is there within 2026 or kind of a time period that we may have to migrate our existing crypto systems to a much more quantum resistant, attack resistant environment. Now, saying that in the country, we have the public key cryptography infrastructure, which is essentially based on the traditional crypto system. And we have quite a lot of applications that are being already adopted across the country. We see a lot of traction and adoption of PKI applications across banking and finance, education, e-governance, workflows, judiciary, and things like that. These are typically using traditional crypto systems based on their PKI primitive. So we have a huge interest and challenge that we need to cross to adopt the PQC primitive. Now, to give a context of it, I've been involved in this development of e-sign, electronic signature framework, which is pretty unique across the globe. That is only there in our country, where actually the public key crypto system is being enabled as a service. We are gifted to have the online authentication system through Aadhaar, based on which the entire workflow has been conceived by the controller of certifying authority and published standard. And there are, today we have more than 10 to 12 e-sign service providers in the country, both public and private players. And this has actually integrated large stream applications from finance and various use cases. Now, what is it takes for us to translate this to get it enabled for post-quantum cryptography? First of all, the question is it possible to do? And if it is possible, what are the challenges that we need to overcome and things like that? The primary concern that, as the experts have identified, there are two things. As the standardization of the post-quantum crypto system is still being evolved, there are already global efforts and national efforts that, as shared by the panel members, towards evaluation and testing of performance and security is ongoing. To this specific aspect of e-sign, the requirement is for every digital signature that needs to be signed for a particular document, digital signing to happen, there needs to be a faster way of key generation to happen. And then there needs to be a way that you are able to generate the CSR, the certificate signing request. And then you need to do also the validation in verification from the client side. And this all happens in a single session. Now, the question is, when we look at the performance analysis and the published report that's given over there in the link over there, interesting observations that are already published, which compares various implementation of Dilithium and all other digital signature candidate of post-quantum crypto, Falcon and Sphinx Plus. There are measures that they have shared with respect to the performance, with respect to the storage space, the size of the signatures, and the processing capability that it would all entail, and things like that. Interestingly, the report, one of the report that is published, claims that the analysis proves that for such applications which are more intensive over time-sensitive applications like web server and client-based applications, which are largely are, looks like crystal dilithium seems to be a better candidate. Now, when you look at another class of applications, like it could be blockchain-based applications where a relay node would want to do only a verification and validation, only verification, then Falcon seems to be a better candidate. So while we have range of options for PQC, it is the application context that is also equally important. One needs to understand the context under which the speeds and the requirement of it are met by a specific class of application that we kind of getting it adopted to. Now, another dimension that comes into picture when we think of adopting PQC is also the end-to-end element that involves not just the application, but also the equipments and other methods that are being used. Like, for example, largely in the context of PKI, we largely use the hardware security module, and these entities should be supporting the post-quantum primitives. And end-to-end, we should see that there is no hiccups in any application workflow. So this all requires quite a lot of test bed experiments and things like that. This is what we are interested in carrying out and being carried out at sets. And coming to the top, another aspect of the use cases, you look at the PKI management. When you talk about the PKI management, there is a typical certificate life cycle, and that needs to be managed. And we have a software developed at least by sets. We call it as the QSafe, the Quantum Safe Enabled CA, which actually enables the hybrid certificate to be generated, supports presently crystal, dilithium, and Sphinx Plus. So for the adoption point of view, the application owners can migrate through direct migration, or they can go through a intermediate step through adopting initially a hybrid certification support, and then directly phase it off the traditional algorithms and certificates, and then go for the PQC one. So these are the elements that one needs to be taking cognizance about when you talk about the PKI management. In the emerging scenario, I'm sure that there will be a lot of students out there who are looking at a global initiative, the Open Quantum Safe project, which is an important one that gives the platform for prototyping the quantum resistant cryptography. There are interesting published report from Radboud University from Netherlands that talks about the small footprint devices like ARM Cortex board. How do you implement PQC? What are all the challenges in that, and things like that. And we see a lot of applications coming up in coming days when you talk about vehicular communication, when you talk about intelligent road transportation and things like that, which would demand PQC at the node level. In summary, we see that there is the notion of adoption of PQC should be end-to-end. A large effort on benchmarking and testing is important. Globally, we see a lot of these initiatives across the nations. Apart from the NIST, we see happening across various nations like South Korea, China, Russia, and various other nations, Ukraine, and standardization efforts as well, which are very important for us. And at SETS, we look at some of these things for the implementation of our CA, trying out in the implementation of PQC in the small footprint devices, testing and evaluation through side channel analysis and things like that. So I think this is an interesting period for us to carry out a lot of experimentation before we get into the adoption of it. Thank you.
This is on. Yeah. Yeah, I'm from Office of CCA, and CCA will be the user of the solution that gets deployed. So as a user, my viewpoint or CCA's viewpoint is what gets delivered, when will it get delivered, in what shape will it be delivered, whether it will be a matured product or a robustness check, whether it has been done or not. What about the performance? Is it an optimized solution? Then on what kind of hardware will it be executed? What will be the system's truthness from the hardware root, basically? And how will these things get ensured? Is there any make and break practice of the algorithm? So as we develop, are we going to test breaking the system also, so to have a robust product? So do we have plans for that? Where to get the hardware on which we start the testing? When do we start the testing? So there have been some of the vendors who have already done PQC testing, and they have offered the hardware. So we can begin testing our solutions right as we start developing, and not wait till the end, that once the product gets developed, we start testing. So our viewpoint, let us keep testing as we go ahead. So maybe have a agile development kind of program. And what about compatibility with the existing CA softwares, the HSM tokens? So we have to keep all those things in mind. So that is my user perspective. I hope it has been taken care of in the project. Thank you.
Okay, I think the main perspectives have been given. It's really time for your attention and comments, suggestions, and also questions which may be bothering both young students and then practitioners and so on. Let's start. Question? Of course, you can always send the question in order to CDAC email. Right now, of course, you will get some. If you raise some questions.
One question, sir. Sir, I have very interesting question. Basically, sir, the factual function of this factual function for the quantum cryptography is based on the linear array, whereas this RSL algorithm is based on the time number factorization. Further mathematical in nature, why can't this quantum computer break this crystal or this lattice-based algorithm? How can we prove it?
Okay, I have what I call insight answer. Not technically, completely right in the first instance. This is somewhat deeper technology, technical. But one of the put is like this. As my question is a physics would put it. Classical, let's get classical. RFA and DPLN are based on what's called problems in abstract algebra, which are ruled algebraic structure, which are ruled traversing set of points, large number of points in a algebraic set, a group, orbits of a group. And then that leads to something called a periodicity. And that leads to something called a phase of a sinusoid by some mapping. And that leads to a quantum Fourier transform, which can be computed by the quantum model in a very rapid way. So that's why it was discovered by Shor. The rapidest polynomial. Now, these problems, particularly the lattice problem, and somewhat related coding theory problems, have the structure of finding a large number of points in a vector space, which is closest to the origin. Or given 2 points, give me 2 points which are closest to the origin. Now, finding this, there is apparently no structure. You can go through here, there, in some periodic way, not there. So you're going an exploratory way of exploring all points, makes it hard. There are lots of shortcuts, lots of approximation. These depend on the parameter sizes and so on. So presently the thing is that in general they call it these are algebraically structured problems, that is which are amenable to quantum phenomenon measurements. Whereas these are not algebraically structured, but in some combinatorial way, many things are possible. And added to that is the last complication of a probabilistic nature, is what strengths your hash function based right from big space to a small space. So going back from the small space to the big space, you really don't have a hand. Thanks. Next question. Sir. Anyone? Question can be very faster.
Sir, can I ask a question? So this source algorithm and Grover algorithm, that's fine, but still they don't work for a bigger number. But the new PQC algorithms, they are a bit complex and performance is a bit slow. So should the adoption be delayed until really quantum computers are able to break this traditional classical cryptography, or should we start now itself? Now means like once it's standardized in next year, maybe.
No, now we actually know, for example, they have modeled. Hello, what they have done is there was some work like AES. Suppose I want to break. How many qubits are required? They found that some 2,500 qubits are required. Today we don't have. So hardly 56 or some Google has some 50 or 50 something is there. So what they have done is to build that big computer itself takes time, but we do not wait for that time. We have to do now. So, for example, they have done small examples like I give you one this product of 2 times small power. Then you can try to see brute force and some using Grover's algorithm. How much R4's algorithm? How much time it takes? People have done the comparison and found that these are efficient.
My question is that are we really rushing for adopting PQC for now? Or should we wait? Because performance is not that good. No, next. Some have been accepted. Okay, sir.
Another thing, actually, what people are suggesting now is hybrid encryption. Hybrid means they said you should not say old one, I will just throw because that is working now. That infrastructure is there everywhere. So what I will do, I will put that in parallel with this modern one. Then after you are fully satisfied with this modern one, then you throw off that old. So the transition period, in fact, there is a migration roadmap given by Mr.
I'll give you with an example. Now you find your debit card with the chip on it, ATM debit card. The liability shift date for that was December 95. And we started adopting in 2005 or 6. So 10 years we were able to take the risk. The banks took the risk. Visa said we are not going to take the liability, but the bank said there is no fraud, so we accept taking it. So there are examples. You have the solution ready, but you don't adopt it because there is the threat perception or impact. So that is the decision which is taken to be taken later on. As of now, we have to develop it. We have not done it.
There's also in sociological answer. Actually, they call it the encrypted stuff of yesteryears, maybe broken today or tomorrow. So what they say is that very clever people must take all the certificates you have issued, long-term certificates, collect them, change them, not release them at all. Because quantum computer, where it comes, post 10 years down the line, if it breaks the old 10-year-old secret, gone. So it is not to release them, re-encrypt them using modern things that change. These are all different strategic viewpoints. So can't wait. That's the idea. But although I believe technologically it will take a long time. Subbu, what say something? Subbu, You want to say something about it?
Yes, sir. Actually, I was trying to say, I mean, I think I agree with what Mr. Ashish ji said. Basically, we need to have a hybrid, the way in which things are moving are in hybrid way. It supports both traditional as well as PQC method. And whether we move for as a nation, as a whole to move it, but definitely the work related to benchmarking, analysis, and getting our hands wet into all that is very important at this hour.
Yes, so maybe I have slightly different words for the same point that have been raised. We have to look at things from science, engineering, technology, economic or business or commercial perspective. Science never stops. It is about trying new things. So whether PQC or anything, something new has been found, there is a possibility we can explore. As human, it is our job, it is our nature, we should explore. Otherwise, one can ask, why are you looking for a colony in Moon or Mars? Are we too early? That is not the point. The exploration as a human, as a scientific part has to happen. That part has no return on investment. And when it has a return on investment, it is not quantifiable. It is a life-changing or game-changing experience, as they call it. The second aspect is the technology development, which is what we are talking about, TRL 8. Oh, we understood the concept. So if needed, I can mass produce. Today, that is what we do. When Buddha smiled, was the intention to make so many atomic bombs? No. But we understood everything. If needed, I have the expertise to produce. So this is the second reason. We need to have the technology with us. Third aspect is, only when a technology is developed, over a time and practice, you engineer it to perfection so that mass production at a low cost will happen. Otherwise, there was a time, I will take a healthcare example, the dialysis machines. You have to get into an ICU for a dialysis. Today is portable, people carry, they keep it home. Why? As you keep reusing what looked very complicated, can be modularized, can be made simple to use. That is the third, that is the engineering aspect. The last aspect is, of course, purely economics, commerce, business. That, we can keep it aside at this point for the purpose of discussion. So purely from science, technology, engineering perspective, it is imperative that we invest, learn, and whatever little bit or qubit wiser, that is good for us. Thank you.
As Sudarshan said, in engineering, you have a goal. So you have to do that. Now you have to improve that goal or scale it up. Technology has to come. Now, if you don't have technology, I cannot scale up the supercomputer, right? So that is whereas science, if you have a goal, you don't do it. If you know what you have to do, why do you have to do the science? Because it's already known. So you are always going in a different direction or the other. But my question for Veni Madhavan is, it's a very general question from a programming perspective. The classic universal quantum computing, how far it is. In a sense, Turing machines, because of the polynomial transformation of any Turing machine to any other machine, made it possible to have our generality of the computing. But the main problem in the quantum computing machine is, if you have something like a 16-bit machine, 32-bit machine, what you encode for algorithm for 16 may not be easily transferable to 32 bits. And so that is a real programming challenge that perhaps one has to address to see that it becomes a viable thing. Otherwise, the amount of energy you spend both on human value, etc., will become enormous.
Yeah, of course, what we call general skeptic, right? Also, similar viewpoint. There is no again you said the transformation proof kind of thing not there, so it cannot become a general purpose machine. It's being built. So, for example, search optimization decision and these kinds of arithmetic which involve exact answer.
That is at least for the cryptographic algorithms. Is it possible to push it up as a transformation?
No, in fact, probably for cryptographic problems, it cannot be possible. That's the feeling. Of course, you know, the translation in terms of resource explosion as the problem scale is possible, but then there is important thing about error and error correction, error control stuff using some codes and so on. Again, that is classical. It's not clear how it progressively scales. So, what it meant was for crypto and everything, you want exact precision. This is another problem. You want an exact answer. And this new linear algebraic codes slightly go away from that. Even in the amidst errors, you can recover, you know, because.
But I thought IBM recently did some, they had a very nice error correcting algorithm for quantum computing.
Yeah,
That correct?
New surface codes are there, which will reduce the burden of ancillary and auxiliary qubits, so the problem won't blow up exactly. So because of these, I would call skepticism by very, call it eminent specialists.
I've got also one.
Yeah, so there is not, I would say probably even they're a hybrid. Classical and a quantum hybrid, both for the encryption, decryption, and other. See, encryption, decryption, you won't use quantum. It's only for the cryptanalysis.
So, sir, hello. I'm also having some analogy between the traditional PKI versus post-quantum PKI, post-quantum PKI. You can take the analogy from IPv6 to IPv4. We started to adopt IPv6 right from 2000 onwards, but till now we are still working on dual stack. So I think instead of just straightforward going to a post-quantum PKI, it's better to have dual stack. Let them both run together for some time, and then only we can switch over to post-quantum PKI. So migration is there, but you have to do, you can run with dual stack also, dual stacking.
Done in a phased manner. Not all applications get shifted.
Yes.
Is that a feasible manner in which we can proceed? That's the question.
It's so far but here also, ultimately, when it comes to cyber, there are this legal system proof and failure. The other hand, there is a one of the two motivations are not there, even if there is a problem to be that has been the trend in the past. I think human way of thinking is not likely to change. So some first will remain. No, the systematic thing, there's no difficulty about moving to this new age cryptography. The new age cryptography is classical. It doesn't work on a quantum machine, same way. So, no, I didn't understand your question for that. That is, you move to IPv6 or something, you want to say, and not that the point is moving from V6 V4 will take the V6
Still we are using V4.
Oh, see, that's why using classical, what you call so safe thing.
Yeah.
The so-called modern quantum crypto safe. It will be have to be hybrid, but quickly has to be done away with. This reason even impressed me. Because today, if you use a 2048 or 4096 CFT, it cannot be broken today. Tomorrow, in 5 years, I estimate finally no quantum machine will come. So except that NSA or
Same way we're still using IPv6.
Possible somebody will break.
So
change from today to beyond. That's the thing I want to prevent it. So you have a correct stack with the classical, how do I call it classical? Just a print last year. Thing. And then implement the new ones also and move away from RCA. In fact, algorithmically speaking, I like still the RCA based. Many people like that. But the simplest possible can expect on a board within about 10 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I think the questions are still flowing. But anyway, the experts are going to be here for tomorrow also, so you can interact with them. But I like to, we would like to use this forum to the initiatives that have been taken up by the Office of CCA and MAITI for initiating a project on developing post-quantum cryptographic implementations. So we have been recently awarded a project by MAITI. I request the project coordinator, Mr. Rahavendra Patil, to mention the deliverables of the project.
Thank you, sir. I mean, we thank CCA and MIT for funding this project. This is done in collaboration with CDAC Bangalore, CDAC Noida, SETS Chennai, IIT Madras, and IIIT DM Kurnool. So we'll be developing a cryptographic, post-quantum cryptographic dongle, which will have an implementation of NIST standardized algorithms. Right now, we are targeting crystal dilithium and crystal Kyber. And this dongle will be used for setting up a post-quantum CS suite, as well as the SSL. It will be SSL will be enabled. For enabling the post-quantum SSL with this dongle. So those are the broad deliverables. And as Ash, sure. So Ashish sir basically asked about the make or break. So make or break points. We already before proposal only we interacted with you CCA Ashish sir. So we made an internal project. So suppose CDAC Bengaluru is developing, SETS Chennai or CDAC Noida will be trying to break it or other way. So we have already built in that. And about the testing and all, so we have a 3-tier testing in fact. So the one is we have one crypto model validation group who will be testing it, validating it with respect to the ISO 19790 standard. That is the internal. Then SETS will also be involved. After that, we are planning for a third-party testing also, compliance for testing. Optimization anyway, so there are many papers published. So we'll have a regular interaction with Veni Madhavan sir, Anand Mohan sir, and other experts in the domain. So we'll be updating or we'll be presenting our results, our benchmarks, so that we'll improve upon every time. Yeah, solution will be robust because we have a side channel assessment is also part of it. So for example, including the classical algorithm, AES GCM mode, which is the advanced one we are going to implement, that will be side channel resistant. And the HMAC and all the post-quantum algorithms. So ISO 19790 has already given a guidance, very detailed guidance on the side channel implementation and validation. So we are going to follow that. And SETS Chennai and CDAC Bangalore will be working together in this achieving this goal, particularly for a robust implementation, side channel implementations. Yeah. And we'll also be, for example, this is on the hardware side. On the software side, we'll be following the secure coding standards as CERT and other things. So that we are coming up with some standards. CDAC Noida will be, so they agreed, the team has agreed to come up with the standard or the guidelines on that. So all other teams will be adopting that. Or something you want. Anything else, sir? Thank you very much. I mean, as a chief investigator of this project, I thank Office of CCA, Ashish Banati, KK Saundar Pandan, Burman, and other Sir Arvind Sir, and from my team, Sunita Madam, Rahul Naiwal, Manoj. Things. So thank you very much. And also Venimadan sir, Anamon sir, who guided us all along the this proposal journey. And I thank all my collaborators. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, just 2 minutes. I request Shri Arvind Kumar sir, CCA, to please come here and felicitate Dr. P.V. Anand Mohan. Sir, I request you to stay here. Actually, Dr. N. Subramaniam, Executive Director SETS, is online here. So, yeah, from SETS, Santosh is here. Subbu sir, on behalf of you, Santosh will be receiving the
Thank you,
award
sir.
of appreciation. No, sir, here he's saying, sir, he's able to see from there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Sorry, due to some minor health issue, I could not make it. Thank you, sir.
I request Patil ji for Professor Santanu Sarkar. I request Patil to please receive on his behalf. Yeah, he's on the screen.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Patil will be receiving the memento. Come over.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks. Due to my some family issue, I could not come there. Maybe next time.
Thank you very much, sir. With this, we have reached the end of the day one.
Definitely next time I should come.
Tomorrow, as well as panel discussions. So tomorrow, request all of you to be here at 9:30. There are multiple talks from the foreign speakers as well. They are physically coming here, as well as some important launches are also there, as well as panel discussion, and the best paper award announcement is as well there scheduled tomorrow. So see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.